Yeah, ready, go. Okay, thank you very much. Is it nice? And did you enjoy? Okay then, thank you very much. We will have this session later after the whole event. Okay, so please stay. Thank you for your participation. We'll have this dance later. So after the whole performance, then we can have another this pucu-pucu. Thank you very much for your participation, and please enjoy the whole the event. Thank you.
Jihan. HP gue dong, HP gue mati lagi nih tadi barusan. Goodbye. Aji, warna sama. Aji, warna sama. Hasilnya mati-mati. Warna. Hati gue mati-mati terus bisa diganti ya. Gue bisa cabut dari sini atau lalu juga kalau kereputan. Oh iya. Sudah rekam nggak ya? Gue mau rekod terus, jangan lah. Kalau kamera jangan, kasihan. Jangan ngerekod terus. Kasihan itu. Pas ini aja.
Ja, ja. Alex moet nou laten staan.
Oke. Hah? Gak ada yang diizinkan. Kenapa, Mike? Ya, apa? Coba cek dulu.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Indonesian Culture Day 2016. The stage performance will shortly begin. You are all invited to enter the main theater.
I always show laptop. Yeah. I'll do the laptop, but what inside the laptop.
All questions.
Hello, everybody.
Oh,
Good afternoon. How are you? I'm great. Yes, and welcome to Indonesian Culture Day 2016. I would like to welcome the Republic of Indonesia to the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Mr. Ibnu Wahyutomo, the Educational and Cultural Affairs Attaché of the Republic of Indonesia to the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Mr. Bambang Hariwibisono, the President of the Rabat University, Professor Meyer, and Executive Board of Hogeschool van Arnhem and Nijmegen.
And we will also to welcome our speakers for the interactive discussion session, Mr. Jos Wibisono, a socio-political language expert, Professor Dr. Hein Stender, Professor at the Leiden University Center for Linguistics. Welcome to Mrs. Frida Amran, an Indonesian literature and functional linguist and language history expert, Professor Dr. Harimukti Pida Laksana. I also would like to say thank you for your coming, for our moderator, for our later discussion, Mr. Jeremy Bahluk, the PhD candidate at Leiden University Center for Linguistics. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Good afternoon and welcome
to the Indonesian Culture Day 2016.
It is a pleasure to have you all here today in our event of Indonesian Culture Day 2016. First of all, my name is Nila Pati.
And today, my Puji Zerga, all the way from Amsterdam to Nijmegen.
Yes, and she will be my
here.
partner for today. And will be your master of ceremony for today. And this event is actually a one-day cultural festival that celebrates the wondrous art and cultural performances from Indonesia.
Yeah, and today we're going to witness and celebrate the wondrous art and culture performance from my country, Indonesia. We're going to see a lot of traditional dances, songs, and of course, food.
For sure, like you cannot connect Indonesian without food. It's always with food.
We're a so rich country.
Yes.
And of course, this event is organized by the student organization, Indonesian Student Association in the Netherlands, especially in Nijmegen, so we called PPI Nijmegen, and also with the Indonesian community in Nijmegen. Please give a round of applause for the organizers for today, ladies and gentlemen.
And for today's event, we'll have two main sessions with different teams. So this is quite unique, actually, because we don't really see it often. And first, we will have the opportunity to join interactive discussion with a team Bahasa Indonesia, the language that built a nation.
Yeah.
So
really
when you talk about Bahasa Indonesia, and has anyone in here like learn or know about Bahasa Indonesia?
One,
Okay,
and
one,
I believe
two,
you're
in
Indonesian.
the back. Yes. But as you know, Bahasa Indonesia is actually not a native tongue of the people, Puji.
Yeah, because basically Indonesia is so huge, as you know, that we consist of 17,000 islands. Approximately, and then we are also consist of more than 7,000 ethnics, basically, and come down to at least we have 600 vernaculars, or it's not a dialect, but a totally different language, 600 vernaculars like vernaculars meaning bahasa daerah. How do you say that in English?
It's like
Vernaculars, yeah.
yeah, vernaculars and local language.
Local language, exactly.
Let's say local language, but when we say language, we are not saying like dialect.
No,
So
no.
we're really saying that it is a different language.
Exactly. And all at once, it all united in one language, our official language, which is Bahasa Indonesia.
So most of the Indonesian actually are bilingual.
Well, sort of. And then for us, probably who live abroad, we sort of not really bilingual, but multilinguists.
It's like at least we speak 3 or 4 languages. In a way.
Exactly. So we speak Indonesian language, and then my mother tongue is Bangkanese because she's from Bangka. So I speak two. It's already bilingual, and I speak English. And now I live in Netherlands, and I speak Dutch. So for most people, how lucky we are.
Yeah, exactly. And it's the same for me. I speak Japanese, I speak Moluccans,
Yeah.
and I also speak Bahasa Indonesia, I speak English, and now I speak Dutch. So it's happened to almost all of the Indonesian that we all bilingual. Or multilingual, let's just put it that way. This is amazing.
Okay, so
Today's discussion is about the language that we spoke as the second language, the one that united us from Sabang till Merauke.
exactly. And then, so that will be interesting for you all to see. We're going to shortly begin. And then we can also enjoy the Indonesian traditional culture, consists of dances, music, and last but not least, an Indonesian contemporary folklore that will be performed by the Indonesian student in collaboration with the international student in Nijmegen.
And this theme will be harmony in diversity.
Ah, okay. So this Indonesian contemporary folklore is sort of like a performance that involves our Indonesians and the international people.
This is quite unique actually because you're gonna see international people with Indonesian dress. Will they look good on it or even better than us? You're gonna be good.
Well, yes. So anyway, basically the Indonesian cultural days today. We would like to give you the idea that Indonesian is very rich and compromises of different backgrounds and culture. And with this richness, Indonesia could still uniquely celebrate the differences. And today we would like to capture these differences and show you to you all from our different cultures consist of culinary, art, and culture, highlighting nationality discourse.
In short, this event is a good opportunity for everyone to see, learn, and enjoy Indonesian culture.
Now, to open this wonderful event, I would like to invite all of you to please stand up as we're going to sing our national Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya, to mark the opening of this event. And then we would like to invite Mrs. Ardelia Padma Sawitri from Angklung Eindhoven as the conductor to lead our singing today. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat.
Ya, tinggal gue play.
ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Thank you so much for singing our national anthem together. How does it feel? Feeling patriotistic?
And you feel like you miss home, kind of.
Don't get too personal. Yeah. We still have something work to do. So we're going to shortly begin our program for today, Nila. So what are we going to do tonight?
I would like to invite the amazing chairwoman of today event. So the leader of the team, the crew that create this event, to deliver her welcome speech. So for Mrs. Astriwana,
Yang kiri lucu juga sih.
Mrs. Astriwana.
Hello.
Hi. Well, she's looking really busy from this backstage and everything.
Okay, so the floor is yours. I will check first. Well, good afternoon, everyone.
Kan di situ kan, Ji?
Here, as a representative of Indonesian Culture Day Committee and Indonesian Student Association in Nijmegen, I would like to welcome all of you to come here in our event. Actually, this is the third time that Indonesian Students Association in Nijmegen organized this event, Indonesian Culture Day, like today. Why we organize this event? Because of the idea, we want to let everyone know about Indonesian culture and bring back the memory of Indonesian atmosphere here to people who miss Indonesia. And for us as students, this is a good opportunity for us to cooperate each other and learn organizing such a big event, especially in Netherlands. Furthermore, I would like to appreciate all of the performers, which are Indonesian and also international students, enlightening the theme Harmony in Diversity. They will visualize Indonesian culture from Sumatra in the west of Indonesia to Papua in the east. Last but not the least, I would like to thank for their very valuable support. The first, the Embassy of Republic Indonesia to the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Regional Government of Wakatobi Regency, Indonesian Forum in Nijmegen, Han, the University of Applied Science, Radboud University, Dennis Kitchen, and especially to all of my friends as the committee members. Please enjoy the event, have fun, smakelijk eten, and dank u wel. Terima kasih, Mbak. You're welcome.
This welcoming speech, yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was the chairman of the Indonesian student in the Netherlands.
No, the chairwoman
The chairwoman, exactly.
of the Indonesian Culture Day.
Yeah. So basically, this event is not sponsored, but organized by the Indonesian students who are studying in the Netherlands, and it's actually quite an old organization because our first and former president, the Sukarno, who built it, who established it. So
and Sukarno and Hatta.
that's true. So it's quite a big story.
Hatta.
Oh, sorry, Hatta, our first vice president. Then
Vice President. That's true.
yes.
And I heard that you did something before I come to the stage.
Really?
So I heard from behind the stage that the audience actually did a pocho workshop.
Oh, actually, it's interesting. Who was actually involved in there, participating there? Can I
see
have a
my
hand?
hand? Wow, it's quite a lot.
Oh, nice.
So later on, you guys can show us how to dance, isn't it? Or not? Or yes?
Oh no, yes.
Confusing.
So basically, do you know about pocho dance?
It's actually from Sulawesi, if I'm not mistaken. Please correct me if I'm not mistaken. Manado, yeah, because Manado is in Sulawesi.
And do you know what pocho means is?
It's like the move, the body,
Yeah,
the body shape. Yeah?
See, we have an approval. I bet you're Manado as well. So, well, I think we can proceed to the next performance, I guess. Are we ready for that? Yes, thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, this following performance, you are going to see the dance performance from the island that I love the most, from Bali. And then this dance called the Taruna Jaya. This dance tells us about a story of the journey from a young man to adulthood. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome the dance of Taruna Jaya.
Oke, 2 menit menuju. Oke,
Wow. What an amazing performance.
Did
It's
you
really
miss how
energetic.
you see that? Wow, this is quite a long wire. Well, yeah, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for staying here. I think there's a lot of more people are here, no?
Hi, welcome.
Welcome to the Indonesian Culture Day 2016. So we just saw the Tarunajaya dance, and now we're going to proceed to our session for today, and it will be a session that talks about a story behind a country with many languages, which is Indonesia.
Yeah, but the thing is, despite the huge diversity of languages in Indonesia, this country grew strong and become a nation. And yeah, so shortly we will have a discussion, interactive discussion with the team language that built the nation.
Yeah.
But before that,
Yeah.
I would like to have a little remark. What is unique about Indonesian language, or we call Bahasa Indonesia?
Yeah.
It's a language that is like a mix of a lot of languages. So there's a little bit of Persian language there, a little bit of Arabic language there, a little bit of Chinese there, and a little bit of Dutch.
Yeah,
in
which
Bahasa Indonesia.
which reminds me, like the first time that I went to the Netherlands when I was quite a small kid, and then I saw in the supermarket or in the supermarket or in the shops when you walk around the city and stuff like that. Hey, that's my language when I said gratis. And then one of my family said like, oh, can you put something in the kulkas? And I said like, that's my language too, you know. So now that I'm growing up, that I've grown up already, well, and now I know that Indonesian languages basically have like more than 200 vocabularies that's actually exactly the same as Dutch. So we kind of like adapted from the Dutch language.
Yes, and what is unique is it's like it sounds the same, but you write it differently.
Exactly.
So I think people in the past, they learned it by listening to what people say. Maybe when they say like, yeah, this is handuk, they go like handuk.
Yes.
And then this is wastafel, they go like wastafel.
Yeah. But it reminds me as well that the Indonesian language, like around in the 60s and 70s, we have this old spelling.
Oh yeah,
Remember
definitely.
that? And then everything, for instance, like everything with DJ called J.
Yeah.
And then it used to be, if you just like say J, it's say yay.
Yeah.
So my name is spelled Pudji, so it's Puji.
Yeah.
But for the new spelling, it's just Pugi. So it's sort of like quite a Dutch influence there as well.
So we
yes,
have a little bit like a lot of Dutch part in our own language, I guess.
Yeah. What else? What else that we have about our country that is really unique?
In the matter of languages is a very unique. For example, if Puji, you're from like you speak Bangkokese, and then when you say like I, what is I in Bangkokese?
Ko.
Ko. I is ko. But then when you go to Irian, which is part of the Papua of Indonesia, ko means you. So the difference is quite big for telling you and I. It's actually the same way of saying it.
Yeah, that's true. And then there's sort of like some kind of like clash words between our vernaculars, which is really funny to see and really funny to hear. For instance, like it's really hard to say it in English, but I hope I can deliver it with a good picture. So my dad comes from North Sumatra, and then I come from Jakarta. I don't speak his language basically. And one time he got this award basically for his tribe. I don't know what is it. And then they call him a king. Wow. I said like, oh, you're a king now.
So I'm a princess like that.
So and then one time he brought this certificate home, and then it says Horas Tahi Godam.
Tahi means Indonesia. I'm sorry to say, but it's you know, help me
It's
here.
a secret. Let's put it that way.
It's a thesis.
So,
And I said,
I think as a daughter, you'll be like, why?
and I
Why?
said like, and then godang means big. So I said like, and horas means like, hello, thesis, big. And I was like, okay, this is so many wrong. It's so wrong in so many levels. So basically, it doesn't say that. So Tai means it's really funny.
Yeah.
Tai means like the greatest actually
Oh, okay.
in
So
the
in the
language,
language,
in their
yes.
language. So I was like, okay,
Yeah,
nice to know.
I also have the same because my dad is from Monacans, and when they live in Java right now, when in Monacs when you say without, you say seng, but in Japanese, you say seng is like either the roof or sing with this like wishes. So when you want to order something, my dad sometimes like forget that he's in Japanese, so they say like when he want to say I don't want to use it with sambal, for example, he will say ada sambal. But Japanese people took it as yeah, please with sambal. So this miscommunication happened a lot of time in the beginning, but because of the local language that is so diverse, it's amazing.
Yeah.
But the thing is, with the topic of today about
Yeah.
Bahasa Indonesia as the national language of Indonesia, this makes it easier for everyone in Indonesia to speak with each other and without any miscommunication.
No boundaries, for sure. So, are we good for today? Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite Mr. Jeremy Balu. He's the moderator for our session today, and he is the PhD candidate in linguistics from Leiden University. I would like to welcome him and then ask him to come on stage to join us. Is he here? Yeah? And then, yeah?
Yes, and Mr. Jeremy Baluk will introduce the speaker and lead the discussion for later. Puji.
Yes.
Hi.
Oh, hello, apa kabar? Okay. Thank you very much for coming, and I believe we're going to give the floor to you. So good luck, and then we're going to see you from the. We're going to listen to your session. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon.
Taruh di tengah lagi boleh nggak? Kursinya.
Session? Okay, sorry. Now we come to the interactive discussion, and the topic for our discussion this afternoon is Bahasa Indonesia, a language that builds a nation. And for this interactive discussion, we have 4 speakers. And now I would like to introduce the speakers. The first one I would like to invite Yos Wibisono. Hello, Yos. Welcome. Pak Yos graduate from Christian University of Satya and now he's an active writer of Indonesian literature, and the current publication of his work includes Saling Silang Indonesia Eropa dari Diktator Musik hingga Bahasa, and published in 2012. Okay, that's the short biography of Pak Yos, and later Pak Yos will tell us more about himself. And the next speaker is Professor Hein Steinhauer. Let's welcome Professor Hein Steinhauer. Welcome, Pak Hein. Professor Steinhauer is a professor of linguistics, ethno-linguistics of Indonesia at Radboud University and retired in 2008. Now he is an active linguistic researcher in Indonesia, including linguistic fieldwork in Alor Archipelago, East Nusa Tenggara province, and also lecturer. He was a lecturer of Austronesian linguistics at Leiden University. Next speaker will be Frida Amran. Let's welcome Ibu Frida. Ibu Frida is also a writer in Indonesian literature, and his current publication is published on Harian Lampung Post in 2014 and also in 2011. Yeah, she also published some articles of Indonesian novels and articles in Indonesian, how do you call it? Yeah, the publication Mencari Jejak Masa Lalu Lampung, published in 2015. And the last speaker is Professor Harimurti Kridalaksana from Indonesia by Skype connection. So we need to wait for a second for this Skype connection. Hopefully it works fine. Yes, Harimurti Kridalaksana is a professor of linguistics in Indonesia, and now he is the rector of University of Budi Dharma, Banten. Welcome, Professor Harimurti Kridalaksana. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Okay. Hello. Good evening.
Hello. Good evening. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Let's welcome Professor Harimurti Kridalaksana from Indonesia. Okay, now we come to the talk, and the first talk by Pak Yos, and Pak Yos will talk in about 10 minutes. Floor is yours. Yeah.
Hello? Can anybody hear me? Okay.
Hello.
Okay, I'm first of all, I'm going to ask you a question about language, because I'm going to present. I have two presentations, either in Indonesian or in English. But I'd go in Indonesian because it's all. This is very cynical. My presentation is very cynical one. I would prefer actually in Indonesian. But is there anybody here in this among you who doesn't have a command on Indonesian? Okay, then I have to do it in English. But I must tell you, it's a lot less attractive if I have to speak in English, because it's not my mother tongue. My presentation is Colonial Language Policy and the Birth of Indonesian National Language. Can you open it? Is it there? Okay. What my starting point is. That oops. And then can I have this one, the first slide? Yes. My starting point is that colonialism bequeathed language to the ex-colonies. So, for instance, in the Philippines, they speak English because English is the Philippines after the First World War was colonized by America, and still they have all the Spanish names. You see, like Benigno Aquino, Corazon Aquino, all these Spanish names. So colonialism bequeaths, it has some leftovers from the former colony. Malaysia and Singapore, they speak English. Although Malaysia claims to speak Malay, but the Chinese communities, the Indian community, and the Dayak community in Borneo, in Sarawak, they actually prefer instead of Malay, because Malay is the language of the majority Malay, but not the language of the Dayaks, for instance, in Borneo. So they had to create English. They had to make English as a second language. And I say Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia, it was French. They call it, their name was, those three countries, when it was under the French colonial administrator, they were called Indochine in China. But then after Vietnam got independence and got separated from Indochine, it has its national language. But still, French is the second language in the country. And of course, the last one was East Timor, Timor-Leste, and they speak Portuguese. They don't speak Indonesian anymore, because Indonesia, Portuguese, of course, was the former colony, the former colonial power, and the East Timorese turn to the first colonial power and not the second one, which is Indonesia. So my starting point is these languages, the language of the colony is spoken in the ex-colony when they got in their independence, except Indonesian. Except Indonesia. Indonesia doesn't speak Dutch. Let's go to this second, the next one. And why no Dutch in Indonesia? Because my standpoint, because Indonesia, then it was called Oost India, was first colonized not by a country, but by a company called VOC, Verenigde Oost-Indische Compagnie. You see, the basic movement, the basic rationale of a company is to cut cost. So they're not thinking about spreading the language, but they're thinking about extracting from the colony. And during the process, they encountered Malays, Bahasa Melayu, as the lingua franca already. So they don't care about imposing their own language, Dutch, as their language. So instead of putting the people, asking the people to speak their language, the VOC do the other way around. The VOC did the other way around, which is learning Malay. And so it becomes Indonesia, the Indies, was the only colony in the world which was mostly run by local language, not European language. That's the only colony in the world. Compare now I have to compare to Maghreb compared to France in Maghreb. Maghreb, which is of course Algeria, Morocco, and Tunisia. These countries already have the lingua franca. They already speak Arabic, and yet the French made them speak French too. The French had the so-called mission civilisatrice, mission to civilize their colony, so that they need to speak French, and the Dutch doesn't do that. Why? Because it turns out always the VOC principle, which is to cut costs. Let's go to the next one. And so, and in 19th century, when VOC went bankrupt, but the language policy prevails. No effort to spread Dutch. For instance, in Batavia, but can you imagine in the 18th century, 18th and 19th century Batavia, the second language was not Dutch, was Portuguese. They speak Portuguese in Batavia in 19th century. And so the Dutch colonial power imposed Dutch, but only to the Europeans. They have to speak Dutch. The rest, they let them speak Malay. So that the Malay was taught in education of colonial civil servant here in Delft. They were taught to speak Malay and Javanese and other, local languages of Indonesia. When they get to the Indies, they will immediately speak Malay or Javanese or other local languages if they were out of Java. And so this is, I quote somebody called Benedict Anderson who just died. The only colony in the world which was ruled primarily through a non-European language was Indonesia. And of course on the 19th century they have the so-called Kulturstelsel, Tanam Paksa in Indonesian, which means that the extraction was severely take place in Java, for instance. So Holland was more interested in extracting than imposing their language. Extracting from the colony, than imposing their language. They had the so-called the ethical policy, it is a politik ethics in Indonesia. During the ethical policy, the policy was the native were, of course, taught to teach Dutch, but it was more teaching than spreading the Dutch, the Dutch language. Schools were based on race. They have the so-called ALS, Europese Lagere School for Europeans, elementary school for Europeans, elementary school for Chinese, HCS, Hollandse Chinese School for the Chinese, and HIS, Hollandse Inlandse School for the natives. The difference is, in terms of language, that these two, the HCS and HIS, they were taught less Dutch than the ALS. Why were not mixed? Why were not one school? Because people from the ELS, they are already Dutch and speak. They have their language, mother tongue Dutch. They were afraid to be taught Dutch together with other Chinese or natives who mastered less Dutch. And so, because of the separation, people of the HCS and HIS speak less Dutch than the ELS. And by the end of the Dutch colonial rule, we can safely conclude that Dutch is not rooted in Indonesia. That Malay, the lingua franca, had no competitors. This is my last point. Oh no, but still one more. This doesn't mean that doesn't let people speak Dutch. Doesn't mean that the Dutch doesn't do anything. But they don't have any colonial. They don't have any power on the language. There is a colonial interference in the Malay. There were colonial interferences in Malay. For instance, a creation of Hoog Malays and Laag Malays. The creation of High Malay and Low Malay. That's all. It's done by a Dutchman, somebody called Van Ophuizen. He created the Van Ophuizen spelling. It's all needed at one point because these civil servants who had their education in Delft, they need to learn Malay, and so Malay need to be standardized. And so somebody called from Ophuizen and said, "Okay, this is the Malay that we're going to standardize, and this is the Malay that we're going to teach in Delft." So there is a form of standardization, which means that those who are not preserved as High Malay disappear. Those languages. And of course, there is the creation of the Institute for Volkslectuur, Balai Pustaka, which monitors and controls this, especially the spelling. The spelling is very important. So we conclude now. Dutch is not an international language. Imagine that now people in Indonesia also speak Dutch, like people in Maghreb who speak French. Then Dutch will be spoken by 300 million people. That is not international language. I'm sorry for to say that. Nobody speaks Dutch now. I mean, except the Dutch people in Belgium and of course Suriname. But not Indonesia. Indonesia has 250,000 million. Include that as a Dutch speaking, then who? Malay as a lingua franca had no competitor. So it is wrong to assume that Indonesian nationalism starts with the language. No, it does not start with the language. It starts with all these racial differences. That's where it starts. It starts with the Dr. Java's school, when they discovered that as a doctor they have the same education level of education, and yet they earn less than the Dutch. That's when nationalism started, not language. So Indonesian nationalism that's not rooted in language, and so Indonesian have no language nationalism. Go to the PPI Nijmegen website. You will find everything in both in two languages, English and Indonesian. I mean, you know, but who will read the English? Nobody is Indonesian. Indonesian nowadays mix the language. They have this so-called Indo-Glish. You know, speaking one word English and then the other word Indonesian. No language nationalism, because there is no language. That's the way it has been working from the past. Okay, that's my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Pak Jos. Let's thank Pak Jos. And next, Pak Sterling PowerPoint, Pak. Yeah, yours, Pak.
For the beginning, I propose to give some information on the variety of Indonesian local languages. It has already been mentioned at the opening of the conference. There are about 600 languages, even according to the latest survey of the Pusat Bahasa in Jakarta, there must be about 700 languages, and even that is not certain. As you know, languages are grouped into families, and the suggestion is that languages belonging to one family all are derived from a so-called proto-language. Languages which belong to different language families don't have any historical relation with each other. In Indonesia, there are about 8 language families. The largest one is Austronesian, which is spread from Hawaii to Madagascar and includes all languages of the Pacific, of the Philippines, of the Aborigines of Taiwan, mountain people in Vietnam and Cambodia, and the larger part of Indonesia itself, with the exception of New Guinea and some areas around Timor and Halmahera. Number 1. Okay, come scroll back. Number 1. Before this. Well, these are the language families in Indonesia. Austronesian and so-called non-Austronesian, or also Papuan. The Papuan languages are in fact divided into, in Indonesia at least, 7 families. The largest one is Trans-New Guinea, which is from the east point of the island of New Guinea to the west, and perhaps including some languages around Timor. Then you have each bird has a few languages only. West Papua, West Bird's Head, and South Halmahera. Geelving Bay, that's the southern coast of the Teluk Cendrawasih. A few languages also. Skokontari and Ikranu are just at the border of Papua New Guinea, and they have the most members in Papua New Guinea itself. but they are represented in Indonesia. Yeah, let me give an idea of the diversity of languages. I hope you can see it, but you have a booklet, you can check it at home. Austronesian languages. At the east point of Timor, in the Moluccas, at the very right of the map, you see a circle, that's the island of Leti. Leti has, next one. How do we do it? Leti has the, yeah, has the peculiar, the characteristic that words, when they're chained together, shift their last high vowel or u into the next word. So you have CV chicken and ternu egg, it becomes sief ternu. Fatu masa becomes fatuasa. You have a double consonant for the last syllable. It turns around. Ternu becomes ternu. Lini, which is from Lini, in fact, becomes Linin. And Ina, with a long I, becomes Ian. That's very systematic. All pairs of words in Leti react like that. The next language is Dawang, in West Timor. You see that circle again. That one is in fact a big language with 600,000 speakers perhaps, but many dialects are no standard. What I studied is one of the dialects, and there you see the opposite of what you saw in Leti. Manu, chicken, Eko, egg, the Q is a broad stop, Hamza, becomes Maon, Eko. So the last syllable of the first word is turned around. Manue becomes Manbe. Manbe, okay, that's easy enough. Fafi, Babi, pig. A stone pig is Faf, Faef, Fatu. Fatu. Then there's a ordinal numeral, ha, becomes 5, Faot, ha. So you get all these words which are turned around. The next examples, Ume, house, Umen, houses, Uine, the houses, and Uimut, White House. Then the plural with a plural marker ini becomes Uimut, ini. A beautiful language, very difficult to realize. Next one is Makassarese Malay. That's the Malay which somehow became rooted in Makassar, where of course the majority of speakers is Makassarese. And here you see that the vocabulary has become Malay, whereas grammar, the syntactic structure, and all the affixes to make sentences are Makassarese. So what you see here is a so-called ergative language, where the entity, the participant in the event which is most affected, becomes a suffix. So Tidor Kak, I sleep, Tidor Ki, he sleeps. And then we have a definite noun, which has a Makassarese suffix in this language. Guruya, the teacher, Tidor Ki. Okay. Ukukakuru. If the object, the guru, the teachers, are indefinite, you still have that the most effective entity is the one who hits. I am a teacher hitter. There is no specific object or undergoer of that activity. So the most effective one is the I, and you get a suffix. But if the undergoer, the object, is a definite entity, you get a prefix for the agent, and that suffix, the same suffix as in the former examples, a suffix for the undergoer. Kupukoki, I hit him. Napukak, he hits me. Kupukul, kupukoki, guruya. Ki now refers to the object, guruya. Yes, indeed, it refers to the one who sleeps. A very interesting mixture of language Malay and Basques. The mixes. One is I would say, a pure Malay language, Kerinci in the center of Sumatra, surrounded by varieties of Malay which are nearly standard Indonesian, Jambi, Palembang. But what you have here is when you have a chain of two words, the second word specifying the first one, then you get a change in the final syllable of the first word. So umag is house. You get umag, umog, his house. Umog, this house. Umog tinggai, high house. And umog tinggai specified by ine is then also tinggai changes into tinggai in this instance. Umog tinggai ine. But you have a very curious phenomenon in Kerinci that the final syllable changes, that is systematic, but it changes differently if the word contains a voiced consonant. So you have kuma, home, to the house, but kumogyo, again, home, to his house. But in house, at home, it comes to me. And with his added, to me, will. I even think it's a tumor. Anyway, very curious changes when you speak, and one who speaks standard Indonesian doesn't understand Kerinci. We jump to the east again, to Biak, also an Austronesian language. There you have an opposition between for nouns and pronouns. 1, 2, 3 more. The suffixes. Yamam, I see. Ruby, the house. Roomsu, the 2 houses. Roomsko, the 3 houses. Roomna, the many houses. And curiously, for the plural only, you have an opposition between animate and inanimate. Houses are inanimate, don't have a soul. Fish, living beings, and some other entities necessary to live, have another suffix for the plural. So again, ini, the fish, insu, the 2 fishes, insko, the 3 fishes, but in si, the many fishes. And those particles for the number are also repeated in the verb. So you have prefixes for the agent of the verb. Insu, ya, the 2 fishes, ya means that it is subject. Su, mam, aya, si, me, the 2, si, me. Insya, the many fishes, si, mam, aya, si, me. Is that the sign? Okay. An interesting structure for me. Even more interesting is the next language, Nimboran, about 25 kilometers west of Jayapura. Whether it still is there, I'm not sure. It was studied in the 1950s by the late Professor Joop Anso, who wrote a book about it. And in the book, one verb is exemplified by 60 pages with 4 or 5 columns. The total number of forms of one verb is 4,250 something. And Lin children learn that language. I don't give any example, but in the verb is expressed who is the subject, the agent, singular, dual, or more. Inclusive, actively, whether it is done by male only or not. And the same for objects, the undergoer, many small things, larger things, only men. And you have tense, present, past, or the recent past, the remote past, future. You have aspect, durative, iterative, repeated. Just once, and the most interesting location. So when I sit here, here, there, over there, up there, down there. But when movement is involved, you get movement from the speaker to some of those places, or the other way around, to the speaker, or somewhere else, from up there to down there. And it's all expressed in the verb. Well, differently, but perhaps the same language family, Blaga. North of Timor, between the islands of Panta and Alor, Blaga is spoken as one of the two languages of that volcano. There you have hardly any change of the verb. It's quite different from the model. But what you do have is also location, which is very important. You have here, there, mo over there, do up there, mo down there, and derived forms from it. Oh, like that up there, like as big as that over there, etc. And all these derived verbs can be used in different positions in the sentence, expressing various modalities or degrees of certainty. So, probably up there he is sleeping. As he sleeps up there, you should know. He sleeps up there, that's certain, I know. He is sleeping up there. He is visibly sleeping up there. Take care, he's sleeping up there. She sleeps there, you should know. And then he sleeps there. Imagine. All these aspects are expressed by markers for location. I'll stop with one more example in the Tunisian language of the second language. Zoals die Baba. Baba, you see there a place in the east, Let Hoeren, which in Babarese becomes Leg Jorrel. You have quite curious sound changes. And I hope you can read that and follow me in pronouncing it. It means, let us speak Babar. Mine is of course Mari, which you perhaps know, is Tafel, Kita, and the rest speaks for itself. Mine, also beautiful. I am always impressed by the beauty and the richness of Indonesian local languages. But imagine, what would Indonesia be without a unifying language? When you have to translate from say Karintje to Nimboran with all kind of intermediate interpreters. There are reports of such strings of interpreters, but now everybody knows Indonesian. And perhaps you can in discussion talk more about Indonesia. But now I stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Bahai. And now we come to the next speaker, Ibu Frida. Does it work?
Traditionally, Indonesians are storytellers, and I am a storyteller. So I did not make any PowerPoint for you. I will just talk to you, and I hope you don't fall asleep while I'm talking. Jehan Amanda from PPI Nijmegen asked me to talk about Bahasa Indonesia in Indonesian literature. I think there was some mix-up because some people thought that I am somebody working with literature just because I make some poems, but it's not true. I don't write novels, but I am working with Indonesian, and it seems to me like Jos is preparing for my talk. He's preparing me, and Pak Hein especially is laying the grounds for my talk, and you will see why. When Jehan asked me to speak about Indonesian literature on this day, I remembered people, and also myself, complaining about the atrocious quality of Bahasa Indonesia in written form nowadays. If you go on Facebook, instead of aku, for me, a lot of Indonesian people just write Q, Q, ku akan ke pasar. So you have, I am going to the market, or one editor from Antara, that is the national Pers Bureau in Jakarta, was complaining that there was an article from a new reporter, and that person was writing yeah, yes. And sometimes in colloquial Indonesian, if you go on Facebook and on all these Twitters and stuff like that, iya, EYA, and that's phonetic. But the strange thing is that iya, the phonetic form of ya, has the same sound as iya, which means he or she, third person singular. And this very strange person, almost reported to be, wrote not ya, dia mau pergi, yes, he was going. He wrote iya, IA, he or she, instead of yeah. So that was I think that was a confusion. He really meant to say yes, but in the end, because of the, I call it the bastardization of Indonesian, he wrote he or she instead of yeah. And so that is atrocious. And I wondered, is that really true, or is that just one person? So when Jehan called me, I talked to journalists, writers, poets, and teachers, and started reading again and rereading now in Bahasa Indonesia, also including stuff written by Jos. And I found, to my relief, that it is not true. Indonesians are not atrocious writers of Bahasa Indonesia. In fact, in written form, most Indonesians are very conscious of everything pertaining to Bahasa Indonesia, especially the Bahasa Indonesia that they use in their work. Most Indonesians have a clear understanding of what is good grammar, diction, and syntax in Indonesia, and they are proud of using it. Writers try to implement it in their work, and readers recognize what is good and bad Indonesian. Although we must not forget that in the written form, the role of editors are very large. So when a text comes into a newspaper or into a journal or whatever, it is edited by all the language janitors, and they wipe out all these things, and then they sort of a little bit rewrite all the things so that what we finally read is good Indonesian. However, and this is what really saddens me, is that a large number, according to my editor friends, of younger Indonesian writers tend to incorporate verbal, colloquial Indonesian into their writing. This tendency is not a problem really if it's a dialogue, and I think we see that also in Dutch, that if you have a story about somebody in Brabant or in Zeeland or in Drenthe, that you have between all these Dutch things, and you have some terms that are used in Drenthe, in Zeeuws, and in Indonesian you also have that too. If you have a romantic scene between a husband and a wife in bed, then of course they would speak in their mother tongue, and not it's pretty funny if you if the husband says saya mau bersetubuh atau saya mau bersenggama dengan Anda hari ini. I want to have, yeah, I want to, no, not really make love. Yeah, I want to have intercourse with you. That's strange. I mean, we don't say that either. At least I don't. I don't know what's you do. That is acceptable. But if it's in a dialogue and it's not in the text, and this gives flavor and enlivens a dialogue and makes the whole story less boring. There is even in Indonesia a trend towards writing novels and fiction in local languages and dialects in order to preserve and pass along these almost forgotten languages to the younger generation. And this is an effort which I support wholeheartedly. However, verbal colloquial language is not allowed in the text outside of dialogues. But this same complaint that colloquial language goes into the formal Indonesian is one which is often directed to presenters on television and radio. And it's very annoying. And every time I go to Indonesia, I tend to turn off the radio or the television because everybody is not speaking good standard Bahasa Indonesia. Good standard Bahasa Indonesia is only used in serious talk shows and on the news. And if somebody like Pak Hein comes, and then you tend to speak good Indonesian to a Dutch linguist. But everything else, infotainment, religious shows, comedies, films, you name it, uses a mishmash of colloquial Indonesian. Why is this happening? And this is what I think. I haven't made a research thing for you guys today, but this is what I think. Almost all Indonesians are at least bilingual. Most of them are multilingual. And that is seriously multilingual. You cannot, I think a foreigner outside of Indonesia would find it difficult to imagine how multilingual an Indonesian is. Even if people don't speak a language fluently, everybody has a minimal understanding of the languages of their parents. So, like my parents, my father comes from Bengkulu, I understand it. My mother comes from Batu Raja, I understand that. I was born in Palembang and grew up in Palembang, I understand that. I went to Jakarta for my high school and university, and I played with people like Jos who speaks Javanese, so I understand a little bit of Javanese, plus Dutch and plus English. Everybody also speaks the language of their place of residence, work or study, and of course, Bahasa Indonesia, which is spoken, understood, and written in the whole of Indonesia. Bahasa Indonesia was standardized in 1972. This was no mean feat considering that there are more than 350 languages. And just remember the map that Pak Hein showed of Irian, of Papua, I'm sorry, there were more than 350 languages in Papua. And it's no mean feat. Some people think that this was a giant project in 1972. It was taken on together with Malaysia of teaching and training one Bahasa Indonesia to millions of people. But some people, a little bit like Mas Jos, thinks that this one Bahasa Indonesia limits the freedom of expression and could and indeed has destroyed countless local languages. So on the one hand, this might be true up to a point, but on the other hand, one Bahasa Indonesia has facilitated communication between people separated by natural, physical, social, and cultural borders from different areas and cultures. I am, in my other life, I am also an anthropologist, and fellow anthropologists working in and with the Papua have expressed their appreciation of having Bahasa Indonesia in doing research in the field. But the language, Bahasa Indonesia, is not only used by visitors to the area, but it's also used in inter-ethnic communication in the area. So I was just imagine what would happen if Papua demands and eventually gets and proclaims its independence, thereby forsaking all things Indonesian, including Bahasa Indonesia. There would be a problem because they can't talk to each other. Is that correct? They can't talk to each other. So what anthropologists are seriously worried that the question of language and communicating, of creating a power base, which language is going to be chosen as lingua franca for Papua is a potential conflict source. So it's very scary for cultural people. Yeah. In this multilingual context, Bahasa Indonesia is almost always the second language. Most Indonesians have the ability to switch codes. So when you have just met people, then you speak in good standard Indonesian. But after a drink or something, and then you change, oh, he's Javanese, so you put more Javanese words into your dialogue to break the ice and cement a closer and more informal relationship. But Bahasa Indonesia is really seen as something used in public spheres and in written form. Because of that, it is seen as complicated, stilted, stuffy, and even old-fashioned. So as a consequence, scientific and academic texts usually tend to be really long-winded and using long, complicated sentences. But this is not necessary at all, as the main object of good standard Bahasa Indonesia is to convey meaning in the most concise and coherent way. So if you can explain yourself in short, simple sentences, I always wonder, why would you rack your brains to create long, complicated, boring sentences? The of Bahasa Indonesia as formal and rigid leads people to look to colloquial Indonesian for a more relaxed and playful form of language to express themselves. But which colloquial Indonesian is used? Because Pak Hein already explained that there are lots of colloquial Indonesian and local dialects. Indonesia is a center-oriented culture and society in that it looks towards Jakarta. So the local that is usually chosen as a second language, putting Bahasa Indonesia into the position of third language, is Jakarta. And the interesting thing is that this is not Betawi. Huh? That's very different. Jakarta is what Jos and I used to communicate with each other, and what I have used to communicate with the panitia, with the committee here. Fellow Indonesian writers and editors have noted that younger writers from the provinces, as opposed to those of Jakarta and other cities, use better Bahasa Indonesia in their writing. If this is true, could it be that geographical and social distance from the power center influences the use of good and standard Bahasa Indonesia? It's something to think about. Some people even think that writers from Sumatra use better Bahasa Indonesia. This is also something to think about. If this is true, could it be that it happens because Bahasa Indonesia is more similar to Bahasa Melayu used in their respective regions? These questions could probably be answered more satisfyingly by Pak Hein. but it is an interesting thing to think about. I would like to close my talk with some more questions. If we, the Indonesians here, and I and Jos, are more at home, and Pak Jeffrey also, Pak Jeremy, if we are more at home and use more colloquial or Jakartan Indonesian than Bahasa Indonesia in our verbal and written daily life, could it be that we are not fluent in our own language? If so, then this is my second question to you all. Who are you? The Dutch have a saying, de kleren maken de man. For the Dutch, it seems that clothes or a person's appearance is what makes a person somebody. In Bahasa Indonesia, people say, bahasamu adalah bangsamu. Or bahasa adalah cermin dirimu. Your language defines you. Your language defines the person. So I would like to say, show us who you are. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rita. Yeah, then the next one is Professor Harimurti Krida Laksana from Indonesia. Hello, Professor. Oh, sorry. Wait a second, hello? Hello, Professor.
What was just not on the screen?
Hello, Professor. Good evening.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Wait a second, Professor. We have a technical problems here.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, hello. Can we start now, Professor?
Can we turn? Okay. Can we turn off the video call so that the voice quality becomes better? Excuse me?
Yes.
Can we? Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can start now. Professor, you will have up to 15 minutes to talk about the topics that you have been prepared.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. First of all, I wish to speak about what you have told us just now. First of all, about the place of the government in performing the Indonesian language. I think we should talk about the history of the language from the beginning, from the very beginning of the language. From the very beginning of the language, we should also during the pre-colonial times. As you know, one of the biggest influence in forming the Maya language for the independence is the place of Chinese newspapers in this country. Even the Chinese not only publish newspapers, some of them also write novels and poems. So their contributions influenced the form of the language during those times. This is also one thing. And of course, if we want to say to explain the history of the language, we should explain the evolution of the language from the beginning of the nationalist movement until up to present day. Even to forget the influence of Japanese occupation in forming the Indonesian language in the 40s. Now, what I want to say is that during the colonial times, the modern language was formed by the government, by the Dutch government. Even at the time, there are also indigenous Indonesians who tried to contribute towards the forming of the language. Was to excuse me. In the century, it was the influence of some Malay writers who tried to contribute situation one at a time. I was to mention the place of Raja Haji in Rio, who wrote a grammar and a monolingual dictionary. This is the first in the history of teaching. And it is true that the influences is not so powerful as those written by the Dutch. But I think we should mention those both, because they are historically of the language. Second point to contribute here is the place of varieties of the language at the present Indonesian. Since times before the independence, you know that the Malay language has two big dialect differences between the western part of Indonesia and the eastern part of Indonesia, and not only because of the influence of the fall of small languages, but also the big one. I'll take an example. In Western Indonesia, we say we do sudah saya beli, itu sudah saya beli. That's the Western Indonesian feature. It's about Indonesia. They say itu saya sudah beli. So that's all in Indonesia will say itu sudah saya beli. Saya sudah beli. Itu we can see that the whole country is like that. In present day Indonesian, I have thought that we should say itu sudah saya beli. So the place of anthropology is before the subject, in this one, it's after the subject. Sudah saya beli, it's a Western feature. In this one, saya sudah beli. Saya sudah. and it goes with other patterns. So not only the Indonesian, Western Indonesian, and Eastern Indonesian in the vocabulary, but also in the syntactic patterns. In schools in Indonesia, we talk about that the standard Indonesian is sudah saya beli. So sudah and saya, whereas in colloquial Indonesia we say saya sudah beli. It's one thing. So and the Eastern pattern is in colloquial Indonesian now. Even if you talk, if you speak about colloquial Indonesian, we say saya sudah beli, not sudah saya sudah beli. That's the main colloquial Indonesian. That is not the Jakarta dialect, but it's more like the Eastern pattern of the language. So I should say this. And now about the influence of literature in language. I wish to point out that literature very influence the form of the language, especially those written by novelists or even poems or poets like Kusama Kendi, Amir Hamzah, and Khairul. Which the element of the novelists influence the form of the language. So in the beginning of the century, Kusama Kendi was very much the language used in schools. Later, Amir Hamzah and in the 50s, influenced language in English. So the base of literature is very strong in forming language. Before the independence, we know that Chinese people wrote novels and poets, and they influenced the use of language in the public. You can see that the novels and poetry by the Chinese form the language of the time. Even some people not recognize its influence. People more in the language by Pustaka. This is only part of the picture, but the most influence among the people is the works of Chinese people in papers and in magazines. Whereas there's not much influence from the newspaper written by non-Chinese. So the influence of the literature is very important in forming the language. Even now, the most influence language is found in the newspapers. People try to write poetry and to write short stories in the newspaper. And they are read by many people more than the books, because books are not read by people, but newspapers are read by people. So this influence of these people are very important in forming the language even now. It's they are allowed to put out this in this occurrence of fishing. So I hope my short exposition will be and sorry, this one what point about the conclusion of these talks. Even before independence, there is those factors which have the national language. The language by the Chinese in the newspapers, the language by novelists and poets in their writings, now even now by newspapers and the media. It's very interesting. Informing the national language now. More than the influence of regional language is. I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Okay, so all speakers have presented their idea about Indonesian language or Bahasa Indonesia. And now we come to question and answers discussion session. If you'd like to have some questions, remarks, or comments, then please raise your hands. Sorry for the light, so I didn't see really your face. So I hope that you can raise your hand. Yeah, one. Perhaps we have the first three. One, two. Okay, we have two first. Yeah. Yeah, the first. Microphone, mobile microphone. We have a microphone here. Oh, one is there. Okay. Yeah, please mention your name and then your questions.
Hello, I'm Barry. I would like, how much is the difference between Malaysia, which was taught long ago, and Bahasa Indonesian now?
It's like Dutch and Flemish. Just that, like that. I mean,
Si Masios mic-nya di
it's like Indonesian and Malay. It's like Dutch and
mic-nya diarahin ke dia.
Okay, but I mean the Malaysian taught a long time ago, before the Second World War, for example. If you would study it, you would still be understandable.
Yes, okay. Definitely. It's still, I mean, like the Dutch of before the Second World War. I mean, it's just like that. I mean, with the Dutch nowadays, the Malay of 1950s or sorry of 1930s with Indonesian is the difference is like that. Of course, there are the new words. There are a lot of new words. For instance, why do you think this organization, PPI, Persatuan Pelajar Indonesia, actually in Dutch is Vereniging Indonesische Studenten. The word studenten, student, didn't have any Malay counterpart at that time. So why they use the word pelajar, which is actually in Dutch will be leerling. But then, of course, student is a bit higher than leerling. So then, nowadays we have mahasiswa. But then, when it was created, I think early in 20th century, we didn't have mahasiswa. So everybody used pelajar still. But of course, the pelajar here are not high school pupils anymore. They are mahasiswa. They are students. So, because the word mahasiswa, which is students, are not yet known in Indonesian yet. Then they use pelajar. But it actually meant student, university or high school students.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you. The second one, yes, please. Yeah, please mention your name and then also to which speaker you would like to question.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Aris Samsura. perhaps the first questions to Mas Yos. It's quite fascinating when I read several articles of yours. Before our independence, even before 1928, when Indonesian people, the youth of Indonesians, states that Bahasa Indonesia is the national language, actually only 5% of Indonesian people who speak Indonesian Malay at that time. And the rest not even know how to speak Bahasa Indonesia at that time, or Malay. And it struck me actually, how come the language who were spoken only by 5%, even the Japanese people at that time, even more than 10%, even more than that, I think, right, at that time. But how come the language who were spoken only by 5% can be the unifying language for Indonesia? So that's the first question, perhaps to Mas Yos. And the second, it also struck me the presentations by Ibu Frida. I agree that nowadays many local language are dying. They fade up because of Indonesian language. Because everybody tend to speak Indonesian. Because I know I'm from Sumatera Utara. I know there's a small tribe, they speak their own language. Nowadays, hardly anybody knows except old people about the language. But nowadays, I know in many schools in Indonesia, even they have a local content that I think oblige students, the schools to teach apart from Bahasa Indonesia, also local language. But to teach which local language is also problematic, especially in the several area that really blend one another. I'm from Medan, and nobody can say what local language should be taught in Medan, because Medan was opened up by people from the Karonis tribe. They have their own language, and then the kingdom who rules Medan in the past time from Aceh, they have their own language, and then people who control the economy from Chinese, Mandailing, Padangese, who also have their own language. So which language then can we taught in, for instance, in Medan? Also in Jakarta, for instance, what language should be taught local language? So it is kind of a dilemma in my opinion. Another thing is to teach a certain local language is also a power of struggle of power, I think. So because every tribes, every language try to make their own language as the one who can sustain something like that. So yeah, I want your opinion about that, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the question. Pak Yos, will you answer first?
Even nowadays, people in Ngerambe, that's a small village in the border between East Java and Central Java, where my father originally came from. They don't speak Indonesian. If I go to that village, of course I speak Javanese, but I noticed that I'm not talking about younger generations. I'm not talking about older generations, I'm sorry, but also younger generations. Some of them still will easily explain things in Javanese than Indonesian. But of course, Indonesian is the national language. And after independence, the urge to speak Indonesian is and also to communicate one among another as Indonesian society become bigger and bigger. So the urge to have a national unifying language was enormous, and so people try to, and of course, but then the teaching of language in schools is getting with much more getting more and more boost. So the numbers of speakers, national language speakers, are bigger and bigger, and so it becomes the national unifying language. There is, of course, you can also ask why these famous writers like Pramudia Anantatur, like Gunawan Muhammad, who's still alive now, doesn't, or Ayu Utami, doesn't. But why don't they write in their own language? Why do they have to write in Indonesian? Of course, I wrote book, and I wrote article almost every day, be it fiction or non-fiction. If I have to write something in Javanese, then it will take me at least twice as much than to write it in Indonesian. What does it mean? Well, of course, there are other writers who write in Japanese, so I need not to worry. But I don't know about those small languages who just be as a language, not as a bahasa lisan, not as a written language. I don't know about that. I don't know. I'm lost if I have to translate.
Bahasa Indonesia, Malay, was used as our national language in the 1938, while it's only spoken by 5% of the people. Nowadays, I can understand why everybody tried.
It's impossible to turn to Dutch, right? Even the Dutch didn't want it. Although the number is on maybe 5%, but still it's bigger than those who speak Dutch.
Yeah, but like Japanese, for example, more than 10 of that.
It's impossible to use a local language as a unifying language. They did try in the Philippines, Tagalog as a national, as Filipino. But of course, the other regions were refused. I'm pretty sure that if Javanese is imposed as a national language, don't think about other island. People in Sunda, people in Banten were refused. Don't think about other island. They were refused.
Why they were refused? Malay.
Because it has been a unifying language. It has been a lingua franca. And at less or even no levels as Javanese.
Also because what Professor Hai mentioned, also because the colloquials were simpler than any other local language of Indonesia. So that's why it starts the lingua franca of mostly traders, right?
Yes, that's true. It's I would dare to say that Indonesian is simple.
Malay.
Yeah, okay, Malay. But the question is that, as you also already explained, Malay was already a lingua franca. It has a very long history. Not only Sriwijaya is the first Malay documents in stone with a mixture of Sanskrit and Malay. What was so Proto-Malay, Old Malay. Malay was already circumstantial evidence, but it was already a language of trade in the Indian Ocean 2 centuries before Christ. Because they found in a mummy in Egypt remnants of camphor in its belly. And camphor was known from, in Europe it's known, camphor is a word from Greek, which is kamphoros, and camphor found in the mummy was a Chinese variety, in fact. So people thought, archaeologists thought, oh, there were no contacts between China and Egypt 2 centuries before Christ. But the first mention of camphor in Chinese sources was only two centuries later, which doesn't say very much. It was a fact. So the variety of camphor, which comes from Indonesia, is different. But there is a chemist, an Indonesian chemist, Haruna Mahdi, who works at the Max Planck Institute of Chemistry in Berlin, knows that navigation may turn Sumatra into Chinese country. So it could have been Indonesian or Sumatra camphor as well. And then we have the noun camphor, which I said was from Greek. But the Greeks had connections in India. And then you see how the names, some names in India changed through history. Older Chinese sources or older Indian sources, you see that the vowel P vowel changes into vowel M P vowel. So camphorous could become from kapur. Kapur is a Malay word. So Malay was already a language of international trade in the 2nd century before Christ. We don't know very much about the centuries in between, but in fact, yeah, when the Buddhist states along the Strait of Malacca came up, Malay was apparently used. But later, when Islam came into being, or entered the area, the Sultanates used Malay, of course, it was the language there, or perhaps a high variety of Malay, for the traditional court literature. Meanwhile, Malay remained the language of trade. So you have all kinds of what is it, seedlings of Malay throughout East Indonesia, Baran Putra, Ambon, and Kupang, Makassar, Manado. So Malay was known. The first European sources about the archipelago of Portugal mention that Malay was used in the Philippines. Why didn't they choose Japanese? Although there are now perhaps 60 million or 80 million speakers.
No, 100 million, I'm afraid.
You make me afraid either. Anyway, Malay, Japanese was very much the vehicle of Japanese culture, with its social immobility and levels of language to speak to someone of a high standard, older, or whatever. Malay, Japanese couldn't be the language of Indonesia. I think there was no discussion, in fact, about it. Malay wasn't identifiable as the language of a specific local culture who would say, it's a takeover bid, we take Indonesia over. If Japanese had been the national language, it would have been felt as a takeover bid. Indeed, the Sudanese, nobody can accept it. So,
okay, so let's answer the question. Okay, and thank you, Pa. Hey. Then we come to Ibu Rida. Yeah.
Coincidentally, I wrote an article about Sumpah Pemuda, and it's pretty interesting because it started at a house in Jalan Salemba Raya, and it was really a student house. So I don't know, maybe you guys here in Nijmegen could make something like that here, make a new state. But the thing is, there were students from Minangkabau, from Medan, and certainly from Java and Sunda and wherever. But and everybody was from Yong Java, Yong Sumatra, Yang Padang. I think they also had their own club, and everybody spoke with their clubs in their local languages. But in this house, which has now become a museum of Sumpah Pemuda, they spoke Malay. But when the idea for Pemuda came about, and there were of course meetings, and it was not conducted in Malay. It was not conducted in Javanese or Minangkabau or whatever. It was conducted in Dutch. And there were even people coming over to campaign for One Indonesia, and the Dutch intel were also there. And these people were talking in in Dutch. So all this Dutch intel didn't have any difficulty at all in finding out what they were planning. So that's pretty fascinating. But your question was about muatan lokal or local content. So in Indonesia, there is the Bahasa Indonesia, and every region has studies which consist of local content. So if I think it comes to high school, that if you go to Bandung or to Bogor or something like that, then you would get Sundanese language and culture as part of your local content. So even if you are from Minangkabau or from Irian or wherever, but you go to school in Bogor or in Bandung, then you would learn a little bit about Sundanese language and Sundanese culture. What Ari was asking, what Ari was asking is, in Bogor and Bandung, there is a dominance of Sudanese culture. So there is no problem. If there is going to be something with the study of consisting of a local content, then you would have Sudanese culture and language. But in Medan, indeed, there are several you have, and then you can say, oh, but it's mainly a majority Batak. But no, because you have Batak Dairi, you have Batak Pak, you have Karo, you have Toba, and all these things. I write for a paper in Lampung, and that is on the southern tip of Sumatra. And I am also actively collecting folktales, original folktales, and trying to retell it and recount it, and so that it lives again. People have been saying, "Oh, that's good for local content. Let's do that in Lampungese." But the problem is there are two sorts of Lampung language. There is the A, the A, and the O. And so they say, which one are we going to use, the A or the O? And that is a big conflict. So if I say I want to use the A dialect, all these people from the O dialect are going to probably kill me or make me into sate or something. And the reverse, you're sitting in the middle, and then I say, well, you know what do you think if we just make it an Indonesian form, and then the A, and then the O? And then the publishers all say, are you crazy? It's 3 times the amount of paper, so nobody's going to do that. But I think that the most logical way in Medan or in Indonesia for local content is that they look at the local area, at the culture area. So for instance, in Lampung, in the areas with the A dialect, with the A dialect, they would make content local content with A dialect, and in the O dialect with the O dialect. And then that would be in North Sumatra, it would be Dairi language and culture in the Dairi, Pak, the Pak culture area. But that's money. And it's very easy for us, for people who are trying to conserve language and culture, to say, oh, we have to put more money into that, but it's virtually impossible. I'm not very optimistic about it.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Frida. And more question, more remarks? Yeah, one here. Yes.
Yes, I wish to make some comments. Yeah.
Oh, wait a second.
Yeah, I want to
Yes.
comment. I wish to stress that the Japanese banned the drug in their population in Indonesia. So after that time, no one master the Dutch anymore up until the present day. And a lot of people are more interested in using Bahasa Indonesia rather than other languages. I have to admit that the influence of the regional languages are not that great, especially because people prefer to speak and to write in Indonesian. The literature in education is more and more strong than other languages.
Okay, thank you.
That's
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the next question.
My name is Yusadia Brusman. My question is for time. Our school textbook said that our people are coming from Taiwan, so we have the out of Taiwan theory. And this theory is supported by the Austronesian languages, so the express train into Polynesia. But recently, and also the voice of out of Sundan land is getting stronger and stronger, which is mean that the people in the Southeast Asia wasn't coming out of Formosa Island, but coming out of Sunda Island. And my question is, because with the Austronesian languages, it never mentioned where the languages, the center, the starting point of the Austronesian languages. What if the theory of Sundanland is in the future is something that we need to switch our mind, because with the DNA mitochondria test saying that the people from Nusantara, it is from Sundanland. So my question is whether the Austronesian language can be reversed from down to up, not from up to down. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. It's very complicated question.
That's a very complicated question.
But I think you know the history of the Austronesian languages.
A bit of nationalism interferes. It's difficult to make clear to Malaysian speakers that the state of Malacca and the coasts of mainland Malaysia wasn't the origin of the Malay language. There is a theory which may be true, I think, upheld by several experts, that West Kalimantan, in fact, was the homeland of Malay. And Malay had a culture of moving around from estuary to estuary and settle in other areas. So they came from West Kalimantan and settled along the coasts of mainland Malaysia and Sumatra. You see it also in the distribution of original languages of Malaysia. You have languages there which are related to Khmer, to modern Khmer languages of Cambodia and India. The Aborigines, also called Orang Asli, yes, real Aborigines of Malaysia, live in the interior. They have been driven away from the coasts by the newcomers to Malay. The Austronesian languages are thought to come from Formosa. There is archaeological evidence that they even originated in southeast mainland China. And there is no trace of languages anymore. But anyway, the languages of Formosa are divided into 4 or 5 major groups, which are only distantly related to each other. And one of them spread to the south, to the Philippines. Time period, Indonesia was inhabited by people long before the Austronesians came. the oldest settlements archaeologically proven are Papuans in West Irian, Papua New Guinea. Even the Australian original population is older. So they were able to move from wherever they came from, Africa ultimately, into the Sunda land and beyond. And indeed, the Australasians are, well, it is not that they arrived in the region only 7,000 years ago. Who knows? But there are different theories. So whether they originated, they came from somewhere. Man wasn't created in the Sunda.
She's asking whether you support the idea.
Why not?
Oh, where do you think? Out of Sundaland or Thailand?
Formosa.
Formosa.
Formosa, I think. Yeah. Or ultimately China. They came from the mainland of Asia and ultimately from Africa. That's the origin of man.
Out of Africa.
There is one theory.
Yeah, I would like to add something, Professor.
The theory is that the Australasian come to the north, not from the north to the south, but from the south to the north, according to the research on DNA people in that area. So there's not yet support on the language spread with that. The spread of the language at the time. But the percentage theory is that the Australasians come from the south to the north.
Okay, thank you, Professor. We have one more question from you. Yeah, thank you. Yes.
My name is Kees Everlings. I'm a retired biologist and I've worked in Indonesia a few times. And I have a special remark about the presentation of Ibu Frida. Yeah, I enjoyed it very much.
Thank you.
And your talk was against the play against sloppiness in the language to some extent. And you mentioned some examples, but of course that's not limited to Indonesian. You know, it's, if you look at the Dutch, it's also, you're amazed about the sloppiness of the language of the people these days. But that is my first question. Is there anything specific in Indonesian which makes it more conducive to this sloppiness in the language? That is one question. And the other one is about the matter of dialects in literature, which is very difficult. I cannot think of many examples of people, writers, who pull it off successfully to write in dialect. And
in Dutch, you mean?
In Dutch, in any language. You have, for example, the great William Faulkner and people like that, they do it. But in Dutch, I cannot think of anybody. And I wonder, do you think of any example in Indonesian of somebody who can do that? So these are two different questions.
Okay, thank you. There are a lot of, I'm happy to say that there are a lot of people that are trying to enliven, to bring life back to their local languages. It's not a dialect, it's a language. And one of them is a good friend of mine, Saud Poltak Tambunan. He was one of the first, I think, to make a big ado about publishing his books into Batak. I think it's Toba. It's Batak. He's from Batak Toba. So that means that if it's written in Batak Toba, I certainly cannot read it. But it also means that people from Batak Dairi or Mandailing or another area might also not be able to read it. But it was South Poltak Tambunan started writing language as a sort of, he wanted to preserve it, but he also wanted to pass it on and also to see whether it would, you know, catch on fire if people appreciated it. And apparently they did. And what he thought was that he expected that people from our generation, from your generation, would would buy it in a sort of going down memory lane, you know, reading things in your own language. But it turns out that not only older people buy it from 50s, 60s upwards, but also younger people in the 20s, because they wanted to know, they wanted to read and the pride of your own culture is living again, is starting to live again. And South Poltak Tambunan, and I know that in Kalimantan there was also Kori Layun Rampan, and there are several Javanese writers who also write that. But there is also, I would like to know, a friend of mine who also used to clean my house in Brabant comes from Zeeland, and she is very proud of her Zeeuws Zeeuws origin and culture, and she writes in Zeeuws. And because I have now been living around 15 years or something in Brabant, and you know, there's a little bit of connectedness with Zeeland. I always get her text, and I can read it. But she's very proud of it, and there are several. Apparently, there are several festivals in the areas in the Netherlands that have local writing competitions. It's very interesting and very good, but nothing on the national level, because I don't think somebody from Groningen would buy something from Zeeland. But there is. Was that it? And was that it? Yeah.
I think I might add to that, because there is one big national weekly called Tempo. It's not because I write for Tempo, but anyway, Tempo is also that kind of weekly who is always concerned about language. Even they have a special column in every publication and every week about language. And they not only do they get rid of this floppiness, but also they not reinvent it, but they just call up the old terms, terminologies, like for instance, ajojing or wakuncar. Nobody, I mean, youngsters of these days, they don't know anymore about that kind of words. And so they use it again. They reuse it again. It's that kind of thing is very stimulating, I think, in terms of language. And also, one thing that they refuse to use is the word Indo as a abbreviation of Indonesia, because Indo, as we know it here in Holland, refers to people of mixed blood. You see, people of mixed blood, we call it, they are Indo. And youngsters in Indonesia nowadays, even those who were saying, they said, "Are you going to Indo?" No, I'm not going to Indo because I'm not Indo, I said. I'm Javanese, full blood, I said. And so they become very, so that's the because also tempo refused to use Indo because Indo is Indonesia. And if we want to say Indo, that's people of mixed blood. So that's, you know, the kind of floppiness that they're addressing. And
Okay, thank you, Payas. Yeah, because of time limit, so I think we need only one more question. If you still have, okay, yeah, please. No? Yeah, still possible. We still have 10 minutes before closing remarks. So, last question.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Ali Abdullah. I'm from Leiden. One question. A few days ago, I just visited. Okay, before that, we will facing in Indonesia. We will, and also all of ASEAN countries, we will facing new challenges, which name is ASEAN Community. And a few days ago, I just visited European institutions, European Union institutions, which the working language of those institutions is French. And if we want to make analogy between ASEAN and the European Union, what would be a challenge if I won't say maybe if Indonesian language want to become ASEAN language as maybe if in the future we will have ASEAN institutions such as European Union institution, is that possible? As Indonesia is one of the biggest country in ASEAN, biggest population is in ASEAN, is that possible for Indonesia to Bahasa Indonesia to become a working language of ASEAN in the future? Because ASEAN, we will face ASEAN economic community in the future. There will be free flow of economics, free flow of capital, free flow of persons maybe. And is that possible for Indonesia to have those kind? And how can we do that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ali.
I think it is very possible, not because I am Indonesian and not Malaysian, but in September I was invited to participate in Indonesian Malaysian poem anthology thing, and it was in Bandung, and I think around 50 Malaysian poets and from Brunei and Sarawak also came, with around 70 Indonesian poets and literature people. But it was pretty funny because for those of you who have no idea about the difference between Indonesian and Malaysian, Jos already said that it's almost like Dutch and Flemish. It's almost like that, but they have other words. So sometimes Indonesians make fun of the vocabulary of Malaysians, but if you really listen to Malaysian, I think Pak Hein would probably understand more than I, because Pak Hein has a stronger understanding of classical Malay than I and Jos, and the Malaysian is sort of classical Malay. But the thing is, at that meeting of several people from, there were also two from Thailand. In the end, when you have coffee, it started out with them talking Malaysian and us talking Indonesian. But the funny thing is, when you get more into the coffee, into your second cup, the language that is used is more colloquial Indonesian, and I mean by Jakartan Indonesian. So for those of you who also do not understand, in Jakartan you use, for example, enggak instead of tidak. So I would say, if somebody asks me, mau makan, mau es cendol, oh enggak, terima kasih, makasih, makasih. So I would say enggak instead of tidak, and makasih instead of terima kasih. But what was funny, and I am an anthropologist more than a poet, so I listened for those things, and I thought, hey, all these Malaysians are going enggak, while they're really enggak is not in their vocabulary. So I think that it is very possible for Bahasa Indonesia to be the lingua franca of ASEAN, and more so because as positive and negative, Indonesians are more in your face than the others. So I think with our dominance and our political power play, it would be a good bet and a good resource if we aim to have Indonesian, Bahasa Indonesia as the main lingua franca in ASEAN. More work for us.
Yeah, thank you, Ibu, for that. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have enough time to put this discussion. Before we come to the end of this interactive discussion, I would like to say that with the current national and global setting, it is not enough to position Bahasa Indonesia as merely a unifying language. But we need to expand the reach of our national language up to the global edge. Bahasa Indonesia is not only a pathway to unity, but also our nation's identity. So we already have heard all the presentations by the 4 speakers. We have heard the prospects, the challenge, and also how the history tells us about the Indonesian language or Bahasa Indonesia. Thank you all for your questions, remarks, and also thank you for all the speakers. Professor Hari Murti Kridalaksana from Indonesia, thank you for your presentation and your comments and remarks today. Thank you, Pak Yos. Thank you, Pak Hein and Ibu Rida. Good afternoon and see you next time in another session, hopefully.
Yeah. Can I put?
Very much. Yes. All the speakers, we would like to thank you very much for your participants and for your insights, basically
in this discussion.
Really, and then we are so happy to know that about your opinion as well, that Bahasa Indonesia get the chance to be the lingua franca of ASEAN, which is very cool. Oh, really? We're gonna show that to you. Okay. So the next programs, we're going to see the procession of, we would like to give thank you for our beloved speakers today. So, and then we would like to also welcome, first of all, to the Deputy Chief of Mission of the Indonesian Embassy for the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Bapak Ibnu Wahyutomo. Welcome and thank you for coming.
And I also would like to welcome the General Secretary of Indonesian Student Association in the Netherlands, Ali Abdillah.
Thank you. And then shall we proceed just to give the token of appreciation? Therefore, we would like to call Bapak Ibnu Wahyutomo to come on stage.
As the chairman of Indonesian Culture Day,
and last but not least, Ms. Falma Kemalasari as the president of the Indonesian Student Association in Nijmegen. Please come on stage and join us to give the certificates and the souvenirs for our beloved speakers and moderator. Congratulations, Josh.
Congratulations for Mrs. Oh, okay. Congratulations for Professor Dr. Hans Steinhardt from Leiden University, Center of Linguistics. And thank you so much for your insight. Congratulations for Mrs. Frida Amra as Indonesian literature and language history expert.
And last but not least, congratulations and thank you for Mr. Jeremy Bahluk, our PhD candidate and our moderator for today from Leiden University Center for Linguistics. So ladies and gentlemen, as we've seen the procession of our token of appreciation for our speakers and moderator today, we can proceed to our next program.
But before that, I would like to, well, Mr. Harimurti is already disconnect from us.
So probably there's his certificate and his souvenir can be sent to his home.
Yeah, so we're directly gonna send the souvenir to his house.
Are we going to document, capture the moment?
Yeah.
Please, Mr. Ibnu, Falma, and great. Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Have a safe trip home.
Please,
we wish you a very good weekend and a very good evening.
And of course, we wish that you're gonna enjoy the next performance that we're gonna
have.
have.
And then this is sort of like the performance that the audience is actually trying to have been waiting for, actually, because this is this ICD. The Indonesian Culture Day is all about cultural show, and then we're going to see a lot of dances basically, because I've been talking to some of the audience outside, and then we're like asking when is going to be the dance performance, and I was like, in a minute, there's going to be soon. Okay, so I think I love the excitements from the audience. So why not we just proceed to our next program? What are we going to have here now?
So next, as what Puji said, we're gonna have performances. It's gonna be a dance, and this dance is different than the first dance that we saw before the discussion.
Exactly, because the dance before was coming from it comes from Bali, and then now we're going to see the dance that comes from my hometown, my Jakarta, the capital city.
Ooh. And what is the dance, since it is your hometown?
I don't know. Well, it is called the Topeng Betawi dance, so we can see that, well, it's very straightforward actually. Topeng means mask, so the dancer is going to show you how her skill dancing with
using a mask, and then this is not how you just like put a mask with a strap on it, but you have to actually to bite it actually.
So it's like there is nothing
There's
strapping
nothing
on your head,
strapping
but
on your
it's like
head, something
a mask,
like that.
and then you have to
Yes.
bite it with. So you
Yes.
cannot really like open your mouth and then no. Wow.
So if you would like to know what is going to be, so without further ado, why don't we just call the dance here?
Sure.
So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Topeng Betawi Dance. So that was the Topeng dance.
It was really energetic, isn't it?
Is it already on?
Yes.
Is it already on, or we're just like screaming? So so that was the Topeng Betawi dance. So it was really like, see, have you seen that from the backstage when they're taking off their mask and then you just like just bite it? So that was the cool thing about the traditional dance from Batavia. From Jakarta, actually.
And I heard that it's a story, like so it's Palestinian people who believe in magical
Exactly.
power
Yeah.
inside the mass to cast away the bad deeds.
Well, we're
or-
Indonesian. We're quite superstitious in a way. Can be like that. And but it used to be. Well, I heard that about that as well from the old people of the Bangtavian people. I got the chance to talk with them when I was the Noni Jakarta. So so I had a chance to talk with them, and then the traditional performance actually back then quite involves some kind of like spiritual creatures. Interesting.
And now,
what are we gonna have? Another dance from Jakarta. So it's really exciting but it's going to be a different dance, of course. And this is something. This is a dance that talks about the expression of happiness about young people. Well, in particular, young women.
wow.
And this dance is called the Renggong Manis dance. So I'm going to check my friends over there. Are we ready right now? Yes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for the Renggong Manis dance.
Congratulations, girl. That was a good dance.
It was amazing.
It was amazing.
Thank you.
So I just want to know a little bit, like, how long did you guys practice with this?
3 times. No, I talked to your mother. She's your teacher, actually. So you got yes. See, she's already been dancing since she was 5. So it takes only 3 days for her
To like to just remember, like remember
the movements. Oh, hello. How are you? So yeah, so thank you very much for your performance today. I wish you a great weekend, and then probably we'll see you soon. And then we're going to proceed to the next program. Thank you very much, girls. Bye bye.
All right. Yeah, but before we continue to the next program, I saw I saw the attaché of the education.
Yeah, do you want to say hi?
Yeah, I want to say hi. Hi.
Hello, Mari.
Hi.
She's quite a performer as well, isn't she?
She's gonna join us for today. Do you want to join us for today?
So before we're taking, we're going to announce something actually.
Yes.
Very soon, because basically this event is started with a pre-event, let's say, and it's about a movie competition of the Indonesian Cultural Day 2016. And now we have the winner. But first and foremost, we would like to thank our sponsors for today. Thank you for the Indonesian Embassy for Kingdom of the Kingdom of the Netherlands,
The regional government of Wakatobi,
Han University of Applied Science,
Indonesian Forum in Nijmegen,
Dennis Kitchen,
and we would like also to thank Radboud University Nijmegen and Indonesian Student Association in the Netherlands for the support in this event.
Thank you very much, guys. And
now, so for the movie competition, for the pre-event, we have a movie competition, and now you have the winner, I guess, or I have the winner.
We both have the winner. Let me check. Okay, great. Is that the same winner? Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah, and the winner is
Fuji. No,
it's me.
And you're not in the movie. Get real.
Maybe.
You never know. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Persatuan Pelajar Indonesia Nijmegen Amateur Movie Competition is. Can I have the drum roll, please?
Do you have like drum roll?
Okay.
Wow,
Yeah, great. That's nice. And the winner is, and the Oscar goes to, and the winner is Wimba Widagyo with the movie title Ruang Pergi. Do we have here? Do we have
winner today? I guess so. Wow.
Is she here?
Yes, over there.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Our crew is going to contact you, so you can claim your
you can collect your prize.
Prize to the crew, for the organizers that for I cannot. I'm distracted.
She really want to join us.
Yeah. I think she's going to be an MC as well.
Yeah. In the future when she already can talk.
Yeah. When she's grown up. Yeah. Okay.
Are we grown up?
No.
Anyway, for now we will have a break for 45 minutes where we're gonna play the movie from the winner. So, what is the title of the movie again, Puji?
It's Ruang Pergi.
Ruang Pergi. Wow, interesting. And I never see the movie actually. So.
Literally translated, going spaces. No. Going spaces? It's quite quirky. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Anyway, and also we have a video from the Wakatobi government.
Exactly.
So if you would like to pray or would like to check on the food,
yes,
you can do it right now. And if you want to perform master prayer, please contact our crew that is around here with the badges, so they can show you where's the place for the praying room. And there are several food vendor, of course. There is a vendor from Dennis Kitchen and Dian van Mechelen.
Right.
So you can also enjoy the food outside the
Outside
Theater.
outside the theater. And before we take a break, I would like to also take the opportunity to talk about a book that just launched by my dear friend.
Ooh, what is that?
For the Indonesians, do you guys know Panji Pragiwaksono? Yes, he just announced he was really pleased to talk to me today, and then he would like to thank you guys if you have come to his show last year in Amsterdam. He's so bummed because he couldn't make his world tour today this year to the Netherlands, but he just launched his new book called Menemukan Indonesia. Search about that. The digital version is coming in the 30th of March. If you would like to talk about more about, if you would like to talk with directly Panji, just add his Twitter at Panji on Twitter. Great.
Great. So I would like also remind you guys that the food is only allowed on the eating area. So please, it's quite restricted actually to not bringing the food inside the theater. And yeah, you can go to cafe downstairs also if you want to have a drinks. And I guess we will see you again 45 minutes after the break.
Yes.
And please don't go anywhere because we have a lot of amazing performances. And from the backstage is really busy with a lot of people putting on makeup and practicing, and it's gonna be amazing.
Amazing. Okay, I'll see you in 45 minutes. Have a good snacks.
Dos tracks.
Dos tracks.
Yeah, but I saw the argument before. Yeah, with the argument. Nee, dat ligt beneden. De kunt staat beneden. Het ligt daar ligt daar.
Rasanya seduh. Rasanya Hai, gue Niko. Tiga tahun sudah gue di sini. Menuntut ilmu di negeri jauh. Jauh dari rumah. Masih tersisa 2 tahun lagi. Untuk gue merasa bergegas kembali pulang atau nyaman di sini. Di posisi yang sangat melankolinya seringkali tiba-tiba datang tanpa diminta. Dalam pola akan tabrak. Kalau sudah begini, rasanya seduh. Rasanya rindu. Gue gak punya jalan lain selain dinikmati sendiri saja. Apa yang disini? Ketika kembali ke rumah, dan tidak ada lagi yang bisa dilakukan. Naiknya dari mana maksudnya? Selain masak, kereta 12, 23 kereta. Gue mau ke Primat. Dan terpaksa tercopet. Nggak tahu. Ya lihat aja ntar aja ya. Habis ini paling makan lagi. Ya Allah, perasaan Anda kemarin baru ke WhatsApp saya.
Tadi sih tukar-tukar duit nggak?
Ini
Tata.
Everyone.
You can try. Gratis.
Bersama mereka, gue menghabiskan liburan winter gue kali ini. Semata-mata biar ramai, biar sepi pergi.
Oh iya, Mbak Dewi. Pede aja gua.
Bersama mereka, gue merasakan kesenangan dan kehangatan. Tapi semakin gue berjalan jauh, gue semakin merasa ada sesuatu yang kurang. Tapi bukan itu yang kurang. Ada dua tipe manusia yang lahir setelah generasi pertama. Homo faber, manusia yang bekerja mengolah tanah dan menjinakkan alam. juga Homo ludens, manusia petualang, penggembala ternak yang mengembara. Dua tipe yang menggambarkan settlement dan nomadisme. Sesungguhnya, ruang tinggal tidak akan muncul tanpa adanya pengembaraan. Manusia meninggalkan jejak berbentuk sekat-sekat ruang bernama rumah, dan membuat rumah baru di titik lain. Lalu, di mana rumah gue? Tempat segala rasa beratur. Tiga tahun sudah, 2 di sini. Menuntut ilmu di negeri jauh. Jauh dari rumah. Masih tersisa 2 tahun lagi. Untuk gue merasa bergegas kembali pulang atau teman di sini. Dua sisi yang saling melankolia seringkali tiba-tiba datang tanpa diminta. Dalam pola percakapan, kalau sudah begini, rasanya seduh. Rasanya gue gak punya jalan lain selain menikmati studio itu. Apa itu sih? Ketika kembali ke rumah dan tidak ada lagi yang bisa dilakukan. Selain masak, internetan, dan terpaksa baca berita. Ini apa? Ini bimba. Dan ini waktu. Bersama mereka, gue menghabiskan liburan gue kali ini. Semata-mata biar ramai, biar sepi pergi.
Ja, dat is ook aan.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, you know.
Bersama mereka, gue merasakan kesenangan dan kehangatan.
I'll be curious next time.
Tapi semakin gue berjalan jauh, gue semakin merasa ada sesuatu yang kurang. Tapi bukan itu yang kurang. Ada dua tipe manusia yang lahir setelah generasi pertama. Homo faber, manusia yang bekerja mengolah tanah dan menjinakkan alam. Juga Homo ludens, manusia petualang, pengembala ternak yang mengembara. Dua tipe yang menggambarkan settlement dan nomadisan. Sesungguhnya, ruang tinggal tidak akan muncul tanpa adanya pengembaraan. Manusia meninggalkan jejak berbentuk sekat-sekat ruang bernama rumah dan membuat rumah baru di titik lain. Lalu, di mana rumah gue? Tempat segala rasa berlaku.
koffie buitenles mogen. Oh nee. Ik denk niet terug. Ik niet hoor. Zo lang terug. Maar niet door. Dit is een nieuwe. Dit van die nieuwe zin. Ja. Ja. Deze lijkt lang. Ja, maar dit is de bedoeling. Er is ook een film over gemaakt. Ja, maar met muisje. Kijk, dus ik altijd met muisje. Heb ik niet. Next, we're gonna have the video. Come baby. Ja, dat wordt zo'n licht gemaakt, ik dacht goede dansen. Maar ja, het scherm blijft heel tijd aan. Ik kan het even niet gebruiken. Oké. Ik heb nog veel alsjeblieft. Dank je. Mysterieus. Ja, op hem. Ze kijken naar boven. Is dat goed? Ken je niet goed? Ja, het ook in dat papier ding.
Palma, 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 Palma monitor, Palma monitor, Palma monitor. Palma monitor. Kegiatan monitor sehat. Kegiatan monitor.
Ada satu lagi nggak? Ada tempat nggak? Ada tempat
Oke,
nggak?
oke. Ya, ya, ya. 2019 feathernya. Feather MC udah gue naikin, tinggal kamu aja. Itu masukin dia udah 46 nih, udah 46.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone.
Wow, there's a lot of people.
There's a lot of people here. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. So we would like to invite you all to take a seat, basically, because we're shortly going to start our program for today, and all of a sudden it's silence. I feel awkward singing.
No, they actually want to listen more.
Okay, all right. Well, yeah. First of all, we're so happy to welcome you guys here again. How was your snacking time? Good.
Yeah, it was great.
It
was supposed to be great. It was amazing.
It was amazing and a lot of energy. Who eats spicy food over here? Not Indonesian though, but who eats spicy food?
The non-Indonesian.
The non-Indonesian. Who's
Wow.
Oh, hello, madam. You're so brave. It's amazing. And how many of you eat pempek today? Bis pempek. And do you eat also pempek, my darling? Oh, come here. Come here, then. This is our little MC. What's her name?
Our little
MC. Jeka? Jenna. Okay, Jenna Hara. So, okay. It's a bro. It's red. I know. Come. So, we have an announcement to make, basically.
Yes, we have an announcement. Our crew found a phone, a hand phone,
a smartphone.
Smartphone. So if any of you guys lost or like forget where you put it, you can contact our crew and check it whether it is yours or not.
Yes.
So this will be the announcement.
Yeah.
And yeah, we still have a lot of performances today, and it's really busy on the backstage at the moment.
Yes, that's true, because we're soon going to see the Indonesian contemporary folklore, which is very interesting for you guys to see. It's basically sort of like a story about Indonesian Nijmegen-born man who wants to rediscover his native land.
And you know what is so unique about this Indonesian contemporary folklore? It's a combination of works. So not just Indonesian student in Nijmegen, the one that's going to present it, but also international community in Nijmegen, so international student in Nijmegen.
So, are you ready to see the performance, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah.
Yes.
Are we ready?
Are you ready?
Are we ready? Yes.
We're ready. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, big round of applause for the Indonesian contemporary folklore.
There is a man who lives in a small, beautiful city of Nijmegen in the Netherlands. He and his family live like Dutch, speak Dutch, and eat like Dutch. But his parents actually came from the coast of Indonesia. Sadly, he never visited his parents' native land. On his adulthood, he feels a strong desire to discover his motherland. They say it is a land of 1,000 islands, a combination of a pristine archipelago and a large tropical forest. They say it has the most vibrant cultural traditions. The land. The scenery. The culture. The people. He wants to know more about Indonesia. Witness it. To capture the moment and internalize it through words. Then he starts doing the research. First, he has to travel 15,000 kilometers away from where he lives. Indonesia has more than 17,000 islands with a coastline that remains almost 1,100 kilometers, but it doesn't swamp his spirits away. The language, the dances, the rituals, the handicrafts, that's all that matters for him. He eagerly took time to discover almost each of it. And then he starts his journey to the first island. South Sumatra traditional food. Tangsel.
Manis berambut panjang dikuncit depan, dikeliku banyu batang hari 9, mengalir bengong sungai musi juga, sungai silpo cinta menawan, buat kakak siang kenang malam terjatuh, mulut mau melasungi musik kesentan, kepusi lanjut sesasan mencari dongeng.
South Kalimantan traditional dance and song. Ampar-ampar sak.
Bengkok dimakan api, apinya dan curutan. Bengkok dimakan api, apinya dan curutan. Nambah batis kutu, bikin bidawan. Nambah batis kutu, bikin bidawan. Ampar pisang, pisangku belum masak. Masa pikir diurung bari-bari. Masa pikir diurung bari-bari. Kayu bengkok, bengkok dimakan api, apinya curutan. Bengkok dimakan api, apinya curutan.
Central Java traditional food. Congkak.
Bulan umur sebelum dia mawon, tak mas-mas sing ganteng, bapak sing ayu. Ayo, lele kafe, ayo, ayo, ngomong ya. Tunggu panjang, tunggu tunggi waktu, tunggu waktu lelepas, kone dari salatan. Waktu lelepas, kone dari salatan. Tunggu panjang, tunggi waktu, waktu lelepas, kone dari salatan. Waktu lelepas, kone dari salatan. Iki tembang batu lagu Jawa. Ayo kanca-kanca kabeh koyo moro. Joget bareng-bareng. Aku rombongan seperti damai yang gelut. Bareng lagu iki lagu kudu padhet. Ayo kanca kabeh, ayo padha kumpul di kamatan. Gelar kita panas, beda diputer nanti poten.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen.
So, this is how you deal with cable. Anyway, so how was it? Where's our little partner here?
Oh, she's I think she's tired.
Oh no, I'm tired too.
So how's the performance, guys? Do you like it? Yeah.
How do you think about, like international student dress up in Indonesian dress?
I think
Is
I
it
found
funny?
it. I think I found it very special because to see them in my traditional clothes with blue eyes.
That's true. And like blonde hair and
Yeah.
everything. And they play like chongklak. They play the traditional like games and everything.
And some of them actually can do some of the dances as well.
Yeah.
So I think it's really an honor, as an Indonesian.
That's true. And also it reminds me of my childhood actually.
It was really fun to play chocolate.
Yes, when you were a kid in Indonesia, especially like in our era. Okay, let's not talk about
Our era?
Our era.
Oh, so you were like in the 70s or something? Yeah.
Let's not talk about that anyway.
I knew it.
So in our era, they play a lot like in the garden or outside, and they play kites and they
You
jump
still
like
remember
everywhere.
the line? Ding dong, puji puji,
Mayu.
Yeah, that's how we do it.
Anyway, we still have a lot of performances, of course, and the next one is a dance.
Oh, nice.
But it is a different dance compared to the previous one. Right now, we're going to East Borneo.
Borneo. What a way long to go.
Yeah, and then it's a dance about the wisdom and the power of mythical bird called Enggang.
So what is Enggang actually means?
I don't know if you guys know, Enggang is a hornbill. Has anyone heard what is hornbill bird?
Sort of like have a bird with a horn?
Yeah, so it's like a big bird with a, I think, black feather, and then it has like a horn, and then with a beak, like with a really giant beak, basically. And you can find this bird in Africa or in Asia and Melanesia.
Oh.
And in Indonesia, especially in East Borneo, they create a bird. A dance. They create a dance for this bird.
Out of this bird. So basically, we're one of the countries who somewhat blessed to have this bird.
Definitely, yes.
Yeah. So if you guys want to see also our beautiful flora and fauna, Borneo is a place to go.
And you should visit Indonesia.
And you should visit Indonesia. Wonderful Indonesia.
So, please welcome Enggang dance from East Borneo.
In the central part of Indonesia, deep inside a lush tropical greeneries, once lived the Enggang bird. Her black feather shines gracefully under the sunbeam. Her beak is convex, the statement of her beauty. The strong grip of her claws shows her attitude as the queen of the jungle. And when she flaps her wings, she spreads her wiseness and kindness to the land. In the transformation of a human being, she visualizes herself as a gentleman. The people of Dayak from East Kalimantan call him the Bird Knight, a sagacious figure who will protect the land from a bad whale.
Beautifully done. Thank you guys so much for your dance.
It was really beautiful, and especially for the men, for the Dayak men.
They really got into character.
Seriously, it's like
So what's
you feel the character.
So what's a hunter?
I think it was a hunter.
It was a hunter.
You're back.
You're back. This is like you're the entertainer for today. Oh, come.
You're our partner at the moment.
No. Okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, so we just saw a dance performance from East Borneo way along. Well, so basically, Borneo is our biggest island in Indonesia.
One of them.
One of them, yes. Exactly. Was it the biggest one?
I can't use the backlight.
Exactly. So yeah, so one of the biggest one is it's right in the center of our country, and then we're basically the neighbor of Malaysia. So we share a land. So with Borneo it's an island, and then with Kalimantan part is the Indonesian part, and then we share land with Malaysia and Brunei Darussalam. Exactly. And for now, as what you can see behind me. Yes. See, there are many people. There's a lot of and they bring something. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe one of you can explain what are you holding at the moment?
I think I'm going to just like pick one of them.
Yes.
Who is this poor unfortunate soul that I'm going to talk with? Hello.
Jangan berdiri di bawah.
Can you come there? You're rejecting me? He doesn't want to.
So you can actually.
The leader, the music director, the music.
Because yeah.
So the music director, one of you, with the saxophone or with the keyboard? Not neither.
It's like you don't pointing at each other. It's
okay.
This is really funny.
This is embarrassing.
Oh, okay. She's coming.
Oh, she's coming. Oh, there you are.
Yeah, we're looking for you.
Why didn't you tell me before? That would make our job easier.
Yes.
Can you stand in the middle, please? Like in the middle, girl, please.
Just
in the middle. Hello. So we know that the instruments here called angklung.
Yes.
You don't know. You don't know? Are you Indonesian? Okay, so can you please tell us and to the audience about what is angklung?
Well, angklung is a traditional instrument from West Java, and it made from bamboo. And each of the angklung has each notes. So here you see one people holding 4 or 5 notes. So they will shake the angklung in turn to make sound, which is sounds a little bit more like choir. So this is angklung choir, you can say it.
It's more like a little orchestra. It's going to be like that. But but we have saxophone and also the organ. But here we have the traditional bamboo musical instrument called angklung. So basically, are you guys ready?
Yes.
How many songs that are we going to hear today?
Just 3 songs.
Not more?
No. We are afraid that we will steal the show. So.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please give a round of applause for angklung angklung.
So that was angklung. Angklung, the unique instrument from Indonesia. Hello? Oops, yeah, you got it. So that was the unique instrument from Indonesia, Puji.
Yeah, so that was angklung Aitoan, everyone. And now, because we have to say something quick.
That's but yeah, like it's really unique because you know the angklung actually kind of represent Indonesia because it's like everyone played different note, everyone is different. But together Indonesia with different culture and different, it's one as one harmony, one Indonesia.
Together in harmony.
No, together in harmony and diversity.
In diversity. Okay. I don't remember a whole tagline. You should say that in the backstage. All right. Okay.
Next performance, we're gonna have a dance, and it's another kind of dance from the previous one. Of course, we have a lot of different type of dance from and this dance is from Batavia,
Yay, my hometown. And then, so I think this dance, I can introduce the dance, right?
Of course.
So this instead is urged to be very joyful. Kicir is sort of something like really joyful, like really colorful, a lot of happiness, all of the festivity and stuff like that. So I think like the old Batavian are quite, happy. Exciting. Yeah, their soul is sort of very, not hyper, but more like
energetic.
Energetic, put it that way.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kicir Kicir Dance. Itu. Well, it's kind of nostalgic for you.
It is. But I was wondering why the girls are wearing different clothes. I think it's a mix between Batavian and Aceh.
Like
I think there was like have a history over there. Let's put it that way.
Probably.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, it was really
Only in Nijmegen.
There is something only in Nijmegen. Only in Indonesian culture day in 2016. So, ladies and gentlemen, how is it so far? Is it good? Is it fun?
Are you having fun?
Yeah?
Are you having fun as well, darling? So, basically, okay.
We've seen many amazing and dancing performances, and then the contemporary folklore with the Indonesian student, international student in Nijmegen.
Yeah.
And we will continue the story of the guy that was just like, walking around in Indonesia and checking out Indonesia. It's not finished yet because Indonesia is so big. They're gonna give us more clips of what is Indonesia and more even international students that can
And more performances.
Indonesian costume, and of course more performances. But it's gonna happen after the break.
Yes.
So right now we will have a 15 minutes break.
Yes.
For you who want to pray for Maghrib prayer.
And for those of you, if you start to get hungry again, just like we do,
the food is really amazing.
The food is really amazing. Yeah. So we are welcome you to have a break for 15 minutes, and then let's gather here again in what time is it? Okay, in 15 minutes. You can check on our food stands, and then don't forget our taste of Indonesian dish, so you can bring some memories back home. And and then we would like to thank again our sponsor for this event. Thank you for the Indonesian Embassy for the Kingdom of the Netherlands,
The regional government of Wakatobi,
and University of Applied Science,
Indonesia for
Dennis Kitchen,
and we like University and Indonesian students for the support in this. We will see you in 50th part of so let's see whether he will discover the whole Indonesian.
See you in 50 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Bye.
Ja, bijna tegen de zwarte. Kan me helemaal niet tegenhouden. Op dit moment is het op voor mij. Ik loop heel veel trappen bij het lichaam. Dit is nog hier. we continue to live tonight. We will live tonight, we kan nog plezier. En dat was ook afgesproken. Ik een beetje omheen te doen.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back again. The break is over. 15 minutes is it's already finished. And now we will time to have more fun. We're so going to be so patient with this cable. I don't know. I have to learn. Yeah, it's like a practice. It's about. With the cable. I thought this all about having fun and stuff like that. I never thought there would be an anger management. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, please be seated for our next part of the performance for today. Yes, and then we're going to continue more about to see another dance and then another the contemporary folklore performance. Maybe someone can shout out the name of and the food that they ate. I mean, sate ayam, and then what else? Sate padang. More. I want more. Baso. Nasi goreng. Nasi goreng. They have nasi goreng. You know what? Next time we should make more something that is more signature, like papeda, for instance. It's really hard to get papeda, if you know that, because I would love to have it. I will not become MC if there's papeda. I'll just stay outside there. Yeah, and then you're going to be just like artistic with your papeda. Oh, no. Yeah. Well, for you guys who doesn't know what is papeda, it's actually a traditional, primary meal from the east part of Indonesia. So it's how do you call it? It's like a flower from a tree. We call it sagu tree. Yeah. And then they make sort of like a gooey structure kind of dish that is super delicious with with the fish soup, with the yellow fish soup. Exactly. It's really nice. And sagu, I grew up with tapioca. That. Tapioca is sagu in English. No, tapioca is made of cassava. Okay. Well, sagu is also one of our primary not dish, but like food. Food, actually, in Indonesia. Maybe any of you know what is the English word for sagu? Sagu. No one knows what is sagu. No one knows. Yeah. Tapioca. Yeah, but tapioca is from cassava, so it's not tapioca. Well, we're gonna find it later. I know segu. Segu. Anyway, wow. So we're gonna check. Yeah. All right. So basically, this time, we're not gonna have a segu or anything like that. We're gonna see a performance again, and this time we're gonna have a dance from another part of Indonesia, and it's from the Sunda region, from the West Java. Yes. And what it is actually? It's talking the dance called Jaipong Bajidor Kahot. Kind of hard to pronounce it. Okay, jaipongan deh gitu. Yes. So basically the jaipong, if you know some of our cultures, if you see the renggong dance, is also the same concept. Basically, it talks about the younghood, the youth, how they're happy and stuff like that, and how their body moves, basically. Yeah. And the beauty of the woman. And the beauty of the woman itself. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the dance of Jaipong Bajidor Kahot. Hello. Where's my partner? Were you eating down there? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She is. No, actually. Well, the noodle is really nice. Huh? check. Okay, it's good. Well, the noodle was very nice. Okay. And the dance was amazing. I believe the food is fine. We share. Okay. Fine. Anyway. Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, it was really amazing dance. The J-pop dance. Yeah. Which a lot of
very feminine, let's say.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's true. It's beautiful. So the next performance
we're going to have something quite special that probably is quite seldom to see. This kind of performance, we're going to give you our traditional martial arts.
And it really makes me proud, especially because
she's doing MMA.
I'm practicing a sort of martial art also.
She's a wrestler. Yes.
Don't tell that to people. I look it up in the news.
Anyway, so I'm not going to steal your thunder.
Like, you guys will see a really amazing performance of this martial artist of Pencak Silat. So this is the name of the martial art from Indonesia. And what is unique about it is like the movement is actually a combination of different kind of martial arts. Since Indonesia is also a country with diverse cultural. So you have like influence from Arabic, from China, from the Netherlands, from India, from everywhere. Exactly. And this is also a martial art that has a lot of influence from different parts of the world.
And then this group called Pencak Silat Satria Muda Indonesia is already ready to perform their movements with a very high way.
You know, it's really amazing.
Very amazing.
Anyway, so without further ado,
I'm
please
so proud.
Welcome Pencak Silat Satria Muda Indonesia.
Jangan di belakang situ, Bu. Jadi suruh maju. Pencaksilat yang di belakang.
Very talented.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for
amazing.
performing. And then, yeah, it was really cool.
Yeah.
It was like the girls over there were just like, the two girls especially were just like, they're so vicious, man. And so we were talking with them as well, right? In the backstage.
In the backstage.
In the backstage, and they were like, well, they basically go to Indonesia. Went to Indonesia for asking me. I was actually asking me like, so do you know where Pencaksilat comes from? No, there's a lot of discussion about that, which is
Yes.
actually true.
Actually true. That's true because there are a lot of version, let's call it.
Exactly, like
of
the one that we
Pencaksilat.
just saw is more like Minang.
I think it's different kind of version compared to the other kind of
like the Batavian,
Batavian or something. Yeah. And what is unique is like one of the guy. I heard that he's been doing Pencaksilat for almost
19 years.
19 years. That's true. It's quite a long time. Actually.
It was quite a long time.
And what is amazing is like I have a feeling that me as Indonesian, I don't do Pencaksilat and I'm doing something else. I feel like, well, the Dutch people are actually really interested in my culture. So maybe like behind the stage when they were performing Pencaksilat, I was like thinking like maybe
So if you guys also interested to know more about Pencaksilat, you can go to Hofdorp because their center is basically in Hofdorp. So there's a chance for you to learn about Indonesian martial arts in the Netherlands. All right. So
what is next, Puji?
Next, wait a second. Okay. So basically, after we have seen the contemporary folklore. And then I think the story was ended that they were somewhere end up in Parampar Pisang. Yeah. In
sorry?
Chongklak.
Oh,
when they were
Java.
playing Chongklak.
So they were playing Chongklak. So they were in Java.
Yeah.
And the guy will travel further right now. I don't know where actually. So let's just take a look.
Take a look.
Without further ado, please welcome Contemporary Folklore Part 2.
South Sulawesi. Pinisi, a traditional Indonesian sailing ship made by Bugis people from Makassar. West Nusa Tenggara, traditional hand-woven cloth, tenun.
Kadang nongak leka sambil berkata setakilan ado dede mencembah isi kembang sandang sak senang menjadi sahabat tak jauhnya dede mati kami rasa kejarian ado dede cepat begitu pasangan sak senang menjadi sahabat Kadang leka sambil menangkap setakilan ado dede mencoba musik kembang sana sak serang menjadi sahabat Kajaonya dede mati kami rasa kejarian ado dede mencoba musik kembang sana sak serang menjadi sahabat
Papua Traditional Dance, Sajojo.
Check. Yes. Sajojo. Sajojo. A little bit further, girl. Okay. Too much. All right. That was the performance. How do you think? Awesome. It was awesome, right? Awesome. Great. Yeah. So proud. Or like I actually learning how to dance Sajojo. I was surprised because I was like, this is amazing. Well, I'm not really good in dancing, but I feel now a little bit more challenged. If you quirky robot dance, a lot of them, can you like learn some dancing? For you guys, of course, people, the Indonesian dance. That's true. So, talking about dancing, what is it? What is it? There's going to be another dance from the West Java. Ooh. West Java.
From West Java. And then this story, the story behind this Senggah dance is actually not in this, is not described here apparently. So
look on your booklet. I think it will be there also.
So this dance okay. Relax, please, relax. This dance comes from the West Java, and then we're going to see it shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Senggah dance.
Najati kamu bikin tanah geni kembang merah.
There's a little bit of technical issues going on. Oops. Everything good right now? Okay. Don't you dare step on my mic ever again. I'm sorry. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, how are you?
It's been more than 6 hours actually.
If you realize it's been like more than 6 hours and we're
So
together.
what do you have now? So we see the performance, then we break, we take some food, and then we go back and then take some food. You're
So we
truly Indonesian right now. We're brainwash you, each of you. Congratulations.
But you know what? This is about Indonesia, Puji. Indonesian people, when we say we're gonna have a party, it's not like Dutch people.
It's not like,
it's not just like, have a drink or have like hapjes, like small little snacks or something. No. When we say we have party,
we eat a lot.
A big food.
And then we take a break for coffee or tea. Fine. And then talking. 2 hours later, we eat again.
And you know what is so unique? What? Because I think the heat and everything, and I'm so glad, even though like the culture make us eat a lot.
Yes.
We don't like get like.
And then if there's almost like around 5 o'clock or something, and then it's always like there's something going on, like the street seller coming to your house, like ding ding, ice, yeah.
Or like when you're hungry in the middle of the night in Indonesia, and then you have this gerobak nasi goreng, and then they will walk by in front of your house.
And then the next day and in the evening you take you sleep, of course. The next day you wake up, and then you will be waken up by bubur ayam. Great. And it goes on and on again every day.
I think this is one of the culture shock that I had in the Netherlands.
Yes.
Because I don't know what happened.
You know what? In the early beginning of our study here in Netherlands, when we feel like the stores are closed around 6. Damn.
We're like, what happened? What happened with the people? How come you can survive with the like shop closed at this hour?
And then they have this thing called kijkavond. We don't have that, man.
No, exactly.
Every day in Indonesia is kijkavond. Yeah.
So you're welcome in our family. Warm welcome, of course. That's Indonesian culture.
Exactly.
And yeah,
Kopalfon. I mean, not kaikafon. Kopalfon. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so again, behalf of the Committee of Indonesian Culture Day, we would like to express our gratitude for our kind sponsors by the Indonesian Embassy for the Kingdom of the Netherlands, the Regional Government of Wakatobi, Han University of Applied Sciences, Indonesian Forum in Nijmegen, Danish Kitchen, and we would like also to thank Radboud University Nijmegen and Indonesian Student Association in the Netherlands for the support in this event. Thank you very much. And now, unfortunately, we are approaching at the end of the Indonesian Culture Day. I would like to be like, no, please don't. No,
But you know what? Like when Indonesia says goodbye, it's sort of like 3 times saying goodbye. So to round it up, we're going to dance together, Pocha Pocha dance. So we're welcome you and invite you to come on stage because we're going to have the Pocha Pocha dance together now.
And we know that you got the workshop this morning.
You got the workshop this morning, so show your ability, show your skills.
Please, music, can you play some music for us?
Don't go away. Hello. Everyone lock the door up. We have to.
Yeah,
we have to dance. All of us have to dance now. Right here, right now.
We would like to invite everyone to join us. Come
Goyang pijak-pijak nganak boni poco-poco cuma yang kita cuma yang kita sayang cuma ada sudah bikin pusing enggan kata-kata goyang pijak-pijak
On behalf of the committee, we would like to thank and apologize for any inconvenience during Indonesian Culture Week.
Again, this event sponsored by the Indonesian Embassy for the Kingdom of Netherlands, the regional government of Wakilbi and University of Applied Science, the Indonesian Program of Nijmegen and Danish Kitchen, and also this event is proudly presented by the Indonesian Students Association in Netherlands. Thank you all very much for coming.
And see you in the next Indonesian Culture Day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And have a
Boss, excuse me. Can you change the light to normal because uh, because we take a picture, our face is red. Maybe you can just normal. Okay, thank you.
Nice to work with you. Hopefully we can work together in the future. Wait, you want to take pictures of it? Yeah, that's very. Yeah.
Di tas gue.
Thank you very much.
Itu kan yang bukan ya? Oh, itu oh, bukan ya? Apa dong? Coba cari di tas kamu dulu. Baca dulu.